It's because you can't get pregnant. That's what my husband said, blaming me for his affair and asking for a divorce. I was furious. He thought everything would be settled with the divorce, but he was mistaken. The real drama starts now. My name is Susan. I'm 43 and divorced a few months ago. My ex-husband, David, is 48 and we didn't have any children. Sadly, the reason was on my end, but the original cause was partly David's fault too. We married when I was 33, already close to the age for high-risk pregnancy. I wanted to start trying for a baby as soon as possible. I went to the gynecologist to make sure there were no issues with my health. Unfortunately, David got a big project at work, making it impossible to try for a baby. He was assigned to set up a new branch office in another state and had to stay there during the week, only returning home on weekends. David asked me, "I'll try to come home on weekends, but if we have a kid, you'll be mostly on your own. Are you okay with that?" Not feeling confident about managing alone, I hesitated to answer. We couldn't count on help from our families either, as they lived far away. Believing David's words that he might return in a year, I gave up on trying for a baby for the time being. But his assignment ended up lasting 3 years. When he finally returned, we eagerly started trying to conceive, but with no success. A re-examination at the hospital revealed that my ovarian function had declined, likely due to aging. Though there were options like hormone therapy, the chances of pregnancy were slim. I was devastated but knew it wasn't David's fault. He apologized repeatedly. I suggested that we keep trying naturally and enjoy life, just the two of us, and he agreed. However, David's attitude began to change over time. Seeing families out together, he would say enviously, "That must be nice, the perfect family picture." His words also grew harsher. "There are several single mothers at my work who manage despite everything. They get support from the government. You should have just gone for it," he would say, indirectly criticizing my reluctance. Certainly, such women are increasing, and I respect them very much, but I didn't have the confidence to do it myself. Was it my fault? After about 5 years of tension, David suddenly asked, "What do you think about adoption?" "Adoption? That's out of the blue," I replied. "Well, I know a girl who got pregnant before marriage. Why don't we adopt her baby?" he suggested. Stunned by his bizarre proposal, I was silent until he explained, "I just really want a child." When I heard that girl got pregnant, it immediately came to mind. Adoption, huh? I hadn't considered that, I thought. But something about what he said nagged at me. A girl? An acquaintance? I'd understand if it was a relative, but what does he mean by a young girl acquaintance? Trying to sound casual, I asked, "Oh, so she's young." He replied, "She's just 24, a beautiful girl, so the baby inside her is sure to be healthy and attractive too." Could she be someone from his office? But would a woman in her early 20s discuss such a personal matter with a male boss over 45? Or could she be his mistress? That's when I first suspected he might be cheating. Observing him, I noticed several suspicious behaviors. He was constantly glued to his cell phone, coming home late, wearing underwear I hadn't bought, and faint traces of sweet perfume. But what really convinced me was him skipping our anniversary. We didn't have a wedding ceremony due to our jobs, but we registered our marriage on December 24th, Christmas Eve, and always celebrated it as our anniversary and Christmas. Yet this year, he chose a work party over our tradition. I believed his words that he would come home early and waited alone with the Christmas tree decorated, a cake and Christmas dinner prepared, and a gift for him. It was heartbreaking to wait alone. No response to my numerous calls, he finally contacted me the next morning. His voice sounded too cheerful as he said, Sorry, I accidentally overslept at a friend's place." I replied, "Okay, I get it. I threw away the cake, Christmas dinner, and your present." He casually responded, "Oh, what a waste. No need to sulk just because I missed our anniversary. I'll make it up to you." I retorted, "No, it's fine. You might as well not come back home. Why not live with the person you were with last night?" He seemed to be still intoxicated or lost in the memories of last night, saying, "Hey, don't say that. Besides, her apartment is small," unknowingly digging his own grave. "I'm going home early tonight, Susan. Forgive me." The old man apologized to me in a brusque tone, which made me want to vomit. That evening, my husband came home with a face as if nothing had happened and again began talking about the adoption. "Let's start the process soon. She wants to decide quickly." I asked, "Why are you so eager to adopt a stranger's child? What about her partner or parents? Can I talk to her or her parents first?" He became flustered and stammered, "That's because Ah, right, the guy ran away. And apparently, she has no parents. I decided to test him. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in raising a child born from a reckless woman and a foolish man, I said. He blurted out in anger, What? You're insulting me and Sarah. There, he fell right into my trap. Realizing his affair was exposed, he finally understood. You could have just asked for a divorce, but making me raise your and this Sarah girl's child? That's called cunning. Apparently, Sarah, unable to raise a child but still wanting to give birth, had convinced him of this plan. He said, It's your fault for not being able to have kids. You should be grateful I'm letting you raise my child. That was it. I snapped and said clearly, Then let's go to court and see who's right. He lost his temper too. Fine. I don't want to see your face again. Divorce? Get out. Hearing that, I placed the divorce papers I had received earlier in front of him. Caught off guard, he signed them, unable to back down. I didn't want to spend another second with him. I gathered my essentials, filed the papers, and went back to my parents' house. A week later, he called me. Your stuff is still here. Pack it up and get out. Take everything. I informed him I'd come with my lawyer over the weekend. Shocked by the mention of a lawyer, he reluctantly agreed. When I threatened to go to his office unless we settled on alimony and property division, we eventually agreed on a settlement of $150,000 in total. But the next day, on my way back from a part-time job, a young woman approached me. It was the infamous Sarah. She was David's type, short with long hair and cute, but her heavy makeup made her look tacky. I can't pay it all at once, she yelled in a shrill voice as soon as she opened her mouth. It's none of your business. David agreed to pay in front of the lawyer, I replied. He actually hesitated, but he didn't want to deal with me any longer and eventually gave in. Why did you call me there? She demanded. That's something you should ask David, I said, unimpressed. Rest, she mumbled. I thought we could just ditch the alimony sneakily. So she planned to make partial payments and then disappear by moving or changing jobs. Well, sorry for you, but you can live in that house, right? I remarked. That's David's house, isn't it? What about the mortgage? She asked. It's in David's name, and the mortgage is fully paid off, I informed her. Well, I guess that's okay then, she said, backing off with a tone that suggested she was up to something. I think she is up to something, but whatever it wasn't my concern anymore. 2 years later, David contacted me. Please lend me some money, he begged. What? I asked in disbelief. Those two are spending like crazy, he exclaimed. Apparently, Sarah's mother had conveniently moved up to the city and was staying in that house. According to Sarah, David wanted a child, so I gave birth, but I never said I'd raise it. Once she realized she couldn't pawn the child off on me, she said, Raising a child is hard, so I'm calling Mom, and brought her mother from the countryside. David initially welcomed her, thinking she'd help with the childcare, but it turned out neither she nor Sarah was doing much parenting and instead spent their time frolicking. Well, knowing her mom, that figures, I said, unimpressed. Then David, who still seems to like Sarah, suddenly yelled at me. Don't insult Sarah, he suddenly yelled at me. She agreed to marry an old man like me and even had my child. It's all your fault for not being able to have kids, he accused, bringing up the past. Okay, I can't argue with that, but can I say something? I asked. What now? He grumbled. Remember when I went for a fertility check 3 years ago? You were tested too, remember? I reminded him. Yeah, I guess, he recalled. I went to hear the results alone. Actually, they said you had issues too, I revealed. What? He gasped in shock. The gynecologist had mentioned that for his age, David's sperm quality was quite poor, making pregnancy unlikely even if I had no issues. I had learned of my problems first, so I assumed I was the main cause and didn't want to hurt him by revealing his results. That can't be. Sarah got pregnant, he argued in denial. Whether it's your child or not, I don't know, I said, silencing him. His reaction suggested he might have had doubts himself. I rubbed salt in his wound. Even if a DNA test proves it's not your child, it might not change anything. What do you mean? He asked, confused. The child is over a year old, right? I pointed out. So what? He pressed. Current law doesn't recognize paternity disavowal suits filed after a year since birth. I explained. If discovered after a year, a different lawsuit is needed, often leading to disputes. Even if a DNA test proves no biological relation, there's a chance of losing the case. Why? The test clearly shows it's not my biological child, he protested. Well, there's a Supreme Court ruling. Even after divorce, the man had to pay child support. I explained thoroughly. Hearing this, David just muttered, "It can't be, it's not true," in a trembling voice. Sorry for your troubles. According to neighbors, those two, or rather three, are constantly battling every day. It's unclear if the child is David's or not. We're getting divorced. Get out, sell this house and pay child support. I'm never leaving. You get out. Such arguments are heard daily, and they're reportedly quite intense. They've had the police called on them multiple times, and both women have even been detained. As for me, I'm currently living with my parents. I don't know what the future holds, but I'm enjoying my single life, keeping busy with work and hobbies.
The stench hit me before I even turned the key. A sour, sickly sweet miasma of stale beer, old cigarette smoke, and something else. Something vaguely like vomit. My hand froze on the doorknob of the nest, my little slice of heaven, my weekend sanctuary. This was not the crisp, pine-scented air I'd been dreaming of all week. My name is Lacey, and I'm what most people would call successful. Early 30s, good career, and I'd poured a significant chunk of my savings and a lot of sweat equity into this small cabin by the lake. It wasn't fancy, not by a long shot, but it was mine. Every mismatched piece of furniture, every quirky painting, every carefully chosen throw pillow was a testament to late nights at the office, to sacrifices made. It was where I came to breathe, to recharge, to escape the endless demands of city life, and, if I'm being honest, sometimes my own family. I pushed the door open, my heart already thumping a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The scene that greeted me, well, it was like a frat house horror show. My beautiful, calm living room was decimated. Cushions from the sofa were ripped, their stuffing pulled out like grotesque entrails. A sticky, dark stain. Wine, I hoped, though it looked suspiciously like something worse, had soaked into the light pine floorboards I'd painstakingly sanded and sealed myself. Empty beer cans and crushed plastic cups littered every surface, some overflowing with cigarette butts. My antique coffee table, a flea market find I'd lovingly restored, had a deep, jagged crack across its surface, as if someone had danced on it. Or jumped. No, I whispered, the sound swallowed by the sudden, oppressive silence of the trash space. No, no, no. I walked further in, my weekend bag dropping from my nerveless fingers. The kitchen was worse. The fridge door hung open, its contents, or what was left of them, spilled onto the floor in a congealing mess. Broken glass crunched under my boots. Someone had taken a marker, a thick black permanent one, and drawn crude images on the cupboard doors. My carefully curated collection of artisanal mugs, gifts from friends, souvenirs from travels. Smashed. All of them. Even the little chipped one I'd kept because it reminded me of my grandmother. Tears pricked my eyes, hot and angry. This wasn't just mess. This was malicious. This was a violation. I forced myself to check the rest of the small cabin. The bathroom mirror was cracked, a spiderweb of fractures radiating from a central impact point. My bedroom. They'd been in my bedroom. My sheets were gone, the mattress stained. Perfume bottles I'd cherished were empty, their contents likely sprayed around with abandon. A small, antique jewellery box, usually tucked away in a drawer, lay open and empty on the floor. It hadn't held much of monetary value, but the few pieces inside were sentimental. My breath hitched. Who? Who would do this? And how did they even get in? I always locked up tight. Always. Then I remembered the spare key, the one I'd reluctantly given my parents for emergencies. An emergency like Brad, my younger brother, needing a place to crash with his deadbeat friends, apparently. A cold dread, quickly followed by a white-hot rage, washed over me. I'd installed a small, discreet security camera facing the main entrance after a minor break-in scare in the neighbourhood last year. It fed to a cloud service. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely operate my phone, but I pulled up the app. There it was. Time-stamped 3 nights ago. The footage was grainy but clear enough. Brad, grinning like an idiot, fumbling with the key, then ushering in a troop of about 10 other guys and girls. I watched, my stomach churning, as the camera recorded snippets of their party. Them dragging my furniture around, loud music thumping even through the phone's tiny speaker, someone swinging from the exposed beam I loved so much. I fast-forwarded, my disgust growing with every frame. Then I saw Brad, clearly drunk, pick up one of my framed art prints, a limited edition I'd saved for months to buy, and hurl it like a frisbee across the room, where it shattered against the wall. He and his friends roared with laughter. My blood ran cold, then boiled. He hadn't just trashed my home, he'd flaunted it. As if that wasn't enough, as I scrolled through the last bits of footage from the next morning, showing them finally leaving in a state of disarray, I saw Brad pause by the door. He looked directly at the camera, a smirk on his face, then scribbled something on a piece of paper and stuck it to the fridge with one of my magnets. I walked back into the kitchen, my gaze fixed on the fridge. There, amidst the marker graffiti, was a crumpled napkin. Scrawled on it in Brad's unmistakable messy handwriting were just 2 words. Chill out. Chill out. My sanctuary, my peace, my hard-earned property, systematically destroyed. And his message was, chill out. He hadn't just trashed my home. He'd spat in my face. Chill out. The 2 words echoed in the trashed silence of my kitchen. My hands clenched so tight my nails bit into my palms. I took a deep, shuddering breath, not of calm, but of icy resolve. Oh, I was past chilling out. Way past. I pulled out my phone, my thumb hovering over Brad's contact. He picked up on the 3rd ring, his voice lazy and still thick with sleep, even though it was early afternoon. Yo. Brad, I said, my voice dangerously low. You need to get over to the nest. Now. Huh? Lacey? What's up? Can't, man. I'm kinda wrecked. Epic night. He actually chuckled. I'm sure it was, I said, the sarcasm practically dripping. I'm at the cabin, Brad. I've seen the epic night all over my floor, my walls, my furniture. A pause. Then a sigh, not of remorse, but of annoyance. Oh, that. Look, Lace, we got a bit carried away. It's no biggie. We'll, tidy up next time we're up there. Next time? My voice rose despite my efforts to keep it level. There won't be a next time. You deliberately trashed my home, my things I worked for. Geez, chill out, it's just stuff, he said. The exact words from his stupid note. Stuff can be replaced. You're loaded anyway. What's the big deal? The big deal, Brad, I enunciated each word carefully, is that you are an entitled, destructive brat who has finally crossed a line. You have 5 minutes to call me back and tell me you're on your way here to see this with your own eyes. Otherwise, I'm calling the police. That was a bluff mostly. Dealing with the cops would be a nightmare, but he didn't need to know that. Police? Are you serious? He sounded slightly less cavalier now. Mom and Dad will freak. They should, I said. 5 minutes. I hung up. He didn't call back in 5 minutes. He called back in 7, probably after a frantic consultation. Okay, I can't come now. I've got, plans. But I'm sorry, all right? Seriously. Didn't mean for it to get that out of hand. His apology sounded about as sincere as a politician's promise. Save it, I said. I'm calling Mom and Dad. I disconnected before he could reply, and immediately dialed my mother, Nancy. She answered with her usual breezy, Lacey, dear, how's your weekend? Not great, Mom, I said, pacing through the wreckage. I'm at the nest, or what's left of it. Oh? Her voice sharpened slightly. What happened? Is everything all right? No, Mom. Everything is very much not all right. Brad had a party here. The place is destroyed. Furniture broken, walls defaced, my things smashed. I kept my tone factual, letting the words themselves carry the weight. There was a brief silence. I could almost hear her processing, calculating. Oh, Brad, she sighed, a familiar note of exasperated fondness in her voice that always set my teeth on edge. He's just being young, Lacey. Boys will be boys, you know. Boys will be boys, I repeated, incredulous. Mum, this isn't some spilt milk. This is thousands of dollars in damage, malicious damage. I heard my father, Marcus, murmur something in the background. Nancy continued, her voice soothing, placating. Well, I'm sure it's not as bad as all that. You always did have a flair for the dramatic, dear. You have insurance, right? That's what it's for. My jaw tightened. Insurance isn't for deliberate vandalism by family members, Mum. And even if it were, there's a deductible, and my premiums would skyrocket, not to mention the sentimental value of things that are irreplaceable. Oh, sentiment? She dismissed with a wave of her hand I could practically see. Now, Lacey, don't make such a big deal out of it. Your father and I will talk to Brad. He'll get a stern talking to, don't you worry. A stern talking to? I almost laughed. He needs to pay for this. He needs to understand there are consequences. Then came the kicker, the line that had been the soundtrack to so many of my brother's bailouts. Lacey, be reasonable, Nancy said, her voice taking on that slightly martyred tone. You know Brad doesn't have that kind of money. He's still finding his feet. Besides, and here her voice brightened, as if delivering a perfectly logical solution. You can afford it, unlike him. It's a bit of a mess, sure, but you can just get it cleaned up and replace what's broken. It'll be a write-off for you, probably. My father finally spoke, his voice echoing Nancy's sentiment. She's right, Lace. It's unfortunate, but let's not blow this out of proportion. Family helps each other out. Family helps each other out. They meant I help Brad out. And they help themselves to my patience, my resources, my goodwill. The familiar burn of resentment flared, but this time, something else mixed with it. A cold, hard clarity. They would never change. They would always shield him, always expect me to be the responsible one, the one who absorbed the costs of his irresponsibility. I looked around the ruined room, at the chill-out note still mocking me from the fridge. My anger, which had been a raging inferno, began to cool, condensing into something solid, something unbendable. I took a slow breath. Okay, I said, my voice surprisingly calm, even to my own ears. I could hear them exchange faint sounds of relief on the other end. They thought they'd won. Again. Don't worry, I continued, my gaze sweeping over the destruction one last time. I'll take care of it. That's our girl, Nancy chirped, all sweetness and light, now that the unpleasantness was seemingly over. We knew you'd understand. Just send us some pictures later. Maybe we can help you find a good cleaner. I pictured their faces smug and self-satisfied, completely misreading the steel in my voice. A tiny, almost imperceptible smile touched my lips. Right, I said. I'll be in touch. I ended the call. They had absolutely no idea. The drive back to my city apartment was a blur of simmering rage and dawning resolve. You can afford it, Mum's voice echoed in my head, each repetition chipping away at the last vestiges of my familial obligation. Afford it? Yes, I could afford to fix the damage. I could also afford to teach them a lesson they'd never forget. The first thing I did when I got home was dump my ruined weekend bag in the trash. Then I grabbed my good camera, not just my phone, and drove straight back to the nest. The 2-hour trip felt shorter this time, fueled by a different kind of energy. For the next 3 hours, I was a forensic investigator in my own life. I photographed everything. Every stain, every scratch, every broken shard of glass. Wide shots of the rooms, close-ups of the damage. I took macro shots of the gouges in the coffee table, the marker on the cupboards, the rip in the sofa. I filmed slow, panning videos, narrating quietly what each item was, its approximate value, and the nature of the destruction. The digital mountain of evidence grew. Back in my apartment, I spread printouts of the security footage stills across my dining table. Brad, mid-throw. Brad, smirking at the camera. His idiot friends, faces clearly visible, participating in the vandalism. The next morning, I called Annika. She's my rock, the kind of friend who tells you when you have spinach in your teeth and when you're being a doormat. I laid it all out, the discovery, Brad's pathetic excuses, my parents' infuriating dismissal. Lacey, that's beyond awful, Annika said, her voice tight with anger on my behalf. They expect you to just what? Smile and write a check? After he treated your sanctuary like a public toilet? Pretty much, I sighed. Standard operating procedure for the Hayes family, starring Brad as the golden child and me as the first national bank of Lacey. Not this time, Annika said firmly. This time you burn it all down. Metaphorically, of course. Mostly. That's the plan, I said, a grim satisfaction in my voice. I'm documenting everything. I mean, everything. Good, she said. Itemize it. Every single cent. And don't just bill Brad. Bill your parents. They're complicit. They enabled this. They raised him to be this little monster. Her words were like a balm to my frayed nerves. It wasn't just me being unreasonable. It wasn't just me overreacting. You think I should? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Abso-freaking-lutely, Annika said. They dismissed you because you can afford it. Fine. Let them contribute from their retirement fund. See how quickly their tune changes when it's their money on the line. That afternoon, I started compiling the list. Replacement cost for the custom sofa, $12,800. Repair and refinish antique coffee table, if salvageable, otherwise replacement. Estimated $600. New artisanal mugs, 12, at an average of $30 each. $360. Repainting kitchen cupboards, $400. Professional cleaning services for biohazards and extreme mess, $500. Replacing smashed art print, $450. The list went on and on, page after page. I researched current retail prices, got quotes from contractors for repairs. I was meticulous. I was ruthless. The total, when I finally tallied it up, was staggering. Even I was a little shocked. It was well into 5 figures. Then, I called Ellis, a sharp lawyer I knew from a networking group. I wasn't looking to sue, not yet anyway, but I wanted the wording of my demands to be ironclad. I explained the situation briefly. Wow, Ellis said, after a low whistle. Family, huh? Can't live with him, can't legally lock him in the shed? He chuckled. Okay, so you want to send them a formal demand for damages, and you want to restrict access to your properties. Smart. He gave me some precise legal phrasing to include, making it clear that this was a serious claim for restitution of damages caused by negligence and vandalism, and that failure to pay could result in further legal action. He also helped me draft a very formal, very unambiguous new family gathering policy. It stated, in no uncertain terms, that effective immediately, Brad, Nancy, and Marcus were no longer permitted on any property owned by me, for any reason, including, but not limited to social calls, holidays, or emergencies they themselves manufactured. Any attempt to access said properties would be considered trespassing and dealt with accordingly. The final package was impressive. A thick sheaf of papers, a cover letter detailing the incident and my profound disappointment, the multi-page itemized bill with copies of receipts and quotes, selected glossy photo prints of the worst damage, and the new family gathering policy. I made 2 identical sets. That evening, I stood in line at the post office. 2 large manila envelopes, addressed separately, one to Brad, one to my parents. I paid for registered mail with return receipt requested. The postal clerk stamped them with a satisfying thud. As I walked out, the city lights seemed a little brighter. A weight I hadn't fully realized I was carrying had begun to lift. They thought I'd just roll over, absorb the cost, and smooth things over like always. They thought their dismissive words and Brad's pathetic sorry would be enough. They had no idea what was coming. This wasn't just about the money anymore. This was about respect, my respect. And they were about to learn its price. 2 days later, the email notifications pinged on my laptop. Delivery confirmed. 1 for Brad, 1 for Nancy and Marcus. I imagined the scene at their respective homes. My parents probably settling in for their evening news, perhaps Nancy complaining mildly about how dramatic I was being over a little mess. Brad, likely still in bed or gaming, annoyed at having to sign for something. I pictured my mother, Nancy, picking up the thick envelope from the hall table, frowning slightly at the official-looking registered mail sticker. "What's this, Marcus?" she'd call out, tearing it open with a perfectly manicured nail. She'd expect a check, or at least a letter full of angst and recriminations that she could easily dismiss. Instead, her eyes would scan the formal cover letter, the polite but firm tone a stark contrast to the emotional outbursts she was used to from me when pushed too far. Then, the bill. Page after page of itemized destruction, each line a testament to her son's recklessness and her own willful blindness. The numbers would leap off the page, not a few $100s for a cleaner, but a sum that would make even their comfortable suburban eyes water. I could almost see her face paling, her hand flying to her mouth. "Marcus! Marcus, you need to see this." My father, Marcus, ever the pragmatist when it suited him, would take the papers, his brow furrowing. He'd flip through them, his expression hardening as he saw the cold, hard figures, the undeniable photographic evidence. The crystal-clear stills from the security footage would be particularly damning. Brad, red-handed, his friend's face is visible. No more boys will be boys now. This was documented, undeniable. And then, the new family gathering policy. Not a suggestion, not a request, but a formal declaration. Banned. From the nest, from my city apartment, from any future property I might acquire. Effective immediately. For any gatherings. The finality of it, the sheer audacity from their perspective, would likely render them speechless for a moment. At Brad's apartment, the scene would be different, but the shock similar. He'd probably rip open his envelope carelessly, expecting a lecture, maybe a demand for a token apology payment. The sheer volume of paper would surprise him. He'd scan the bill, his eyes widening. He wouldn't understand half the terms, but the final figure at the bottom, that he'd understand. He'd see the photos of himself, caught in the act, looking like a fool. He'd read the policy, the words banned and trespassing, finally penetrating his thick skull. His usual bravado would likely crumble, replaced by a dawning panic. He couldn't chill out his way out of this one. I imagined the frantic phone calls between them. Brad, probably hysterical, calling Mom and Dad. "She's crazy. She can't do this. You have to talk to her." Nancy, her voice shrill with indignation. "This is outrageous. After all we've done for her, the ungrateful child." Marcus, perhaps a little quieter, a little more shaken, realizing the carefully constructed bubble of their family dynamic had just been violently popped. He'd always relied on Nancy to manage these emotional things, but this was different. This had figures and legal-sounding phrases. My phone, which had been peacefully silent on my desk, suddenly lit up. Incoming call. Mom. I let it ring. It went to voicemail. A second later, incoming call. Dad. I let that one go too. Then, almost immediately, incoming call. Brad. Ignored. The phone buzzed again. A new voicemail. It was Nancy. I pressed play, holding the phone slightly away from my ear. "Lacey! Lacey! You pick up this phone right now! What is the meaning of this ridiculous piece of paper? How dare you, after everything, your own brother? This is beyond—" Her voice was a torrent of sputtering outrage, a far cry from the dismissive calm she'd displayed just days before. I listened for about 10 seconds, enough to get the gist. Then, with a small, almost serene smile, I tapped delete. My phone immediately started ringing again. Mum. I silenced it. Then Dad. Silenced. Then Brad. His call display picture a goofy selfie that now just looked pathetic. Silenced. A string of texts started to come through. Mum. Call me immediately. This is unacceptable. Dad. Lacey, we need to discuss this. This is not the way. Brad. WTF? Are you serious? You can't do this to me. Brad. Mom and Dad are freaking out. Call them. I read them, a strange sense of detachment washing over me. The panic in their words was a stark contrast to the quiet hum of my apartment. They were reacting exactly as I had anticipated. Their world, where I was the ever-reliable, ever-forgiving safety net, had just been upended. I poured myself a glass of water, the silence in my apartment feeling richer, deeper than it had in years. The peace was already beginning. They thought they could break my things, dismiss my feelings, and I would just absorb it. They were learning, perhaps for the first time, that actions have consequences, and my ability to afford it also afforded me the ability to draw a line so thick, so permanent, they'd never be able to cross it again. The barrage of calls and texts continued for days. It was like a digital siege. First came the outrage, the the sputtering disbelief I'd already sampled. Then it shifted. The voicemails became a masterclass in manipulation. "Lacey, honey, it's Mom." Nancy's voice, usually so assured, now dripped with a saccharine, wounded tone. "I just don't understand. How could you do this to your family? To us? We love you. This isn't like you at all. Are you okay, dear? Is something else bothering you? You can talk to us?" Right. Because I was clearly the one with the problem. Then came Dad, Marcus, trying the disappointed but reasonable approach. "Lacey, your mother is very upset. Brad is beside himself. This bill, it's just not feasible. And this policy, it's tearing the family apart. Think about the upcoming holidays. Think about tradition. We need to sit down and talk this through calmly." Brad's messages were less sophisticated. Mostly a string of angry emojis, misspelled accusations of cruelty, and pathetic pleas. "You are ruining my life. I said I was sorry. What more do you want?" I didn't respond to any of them. Not a single call, not a single text. My silence seemed to infuriate them more than any argument could have. A few days later, a new number popped up on my caller ID. I didn't recognize it, so I let it go to voicemail. The message was from my Aunt Valentina, Mum's sister. Her voice was syrupy sweet, oozing concern. "Lacey, darling, it's your Aunt Valentina. Your mother called me. She's terribly worried about you. And about this misunderstanding. Honey, families have disagreements, but this seems so extreme. Brad made a mistake, a silly, youthful mistake. But he's your brother, and your parents, they're heartbroken. Can't we all just find a way to forgive and forget? For the sake of family unity? Your mother said you're not even taking their calls. That's not like you, sweetheart." I rolled my eyes. So Mum had deployed the flying monkeys. Valentina had always been a bit of a busybody, quick to offer unsolicited advice and mediate disputes, usually by pressuring everyone to concede to Nancy's wishes for peace. I actually considered calling Valentina back, just to set her straight. But then I remembered Annika's advice about Jade. Justify, argue, defend, explain. Engaging would just give them an opening. So, I texted her instead. A short, polite message. "Aunt Valentina, thank you for your concern. The matter is between me, Brad, and my parents. My terms are clear and non-negotiable. I hope you can understand." Her reply was almost instantaneous. "But Lacey, family is more important than money or old houses. Your mother is beside herself. Surely you can bend a little." I didn't reply to that one. Bending a little was how I'd ended up here in the first place. The next day, Annika sent me a screenshot. "You might want to see this," her message read. It was from a rarely used extended family group on some obscure social media platform I'd forgotten I was even part of. Brad had apparently decided to take his grievances public, or at least semi-public. His post was a masterpiece of victimhood. "So disappointed in some family members who care more about stuff than people. I made a mistake and apologized, but now I'm being treated like a criminal and banned from seeing my own family just because she's rich and can bully everyone. Some people have no heart. Family drama, materialistic, sad." There were a few sympathetic comments from distant cousins who clearly only had his side of the story. "Oh, Brad, that's awful. Some people forget where they came from." My blood simmered. The audacity. He hadn't just trashed my place, lied about it, and refused to take responsibility. Now he was trying to paint me as the villain? The cruel, materialistic older sister? He really wants to play dirty, does he? I muttered to myself, taking my own screenshots of his post and the comments. Fine. If he wanted to air dirty laundry, I had a whole laundromat full of evidence he couldn't even imagine. The security footage, the photos of the damage, his charming chill out note, my parents' dismissive texts. It was all neatly filed away. He was playing checkers while I was setting up a chess game he couldn't possibly win. This little smear campaign was just another nail in his own coffin. My resolve, already diamond hard, gained another layer of tempered steel. He had no idea how badly he'd just miscalculated. As October bled into November, the air turned crisp, and the first whispers of Thanksgiving started to circulate. Traditionally, Thanksgiving was a big production at my parents' house. Nancy lived for the performance of it, the perfect table setting, the elaborate menu, the carefully curated image of a happy, prosperous family. While they hosted, I was always expected to contribute significantly. A couple of elaborate side dishes, the expensive wine, often a hefty financial contribution towards the turkey and other supplies. Sometimes, they'd even suggest a pre-dinner appetizer gathering at my city apartment because it was more modern or had better parking for some of the out-of-towners. This year, however, a giant, lacy-shaped wrench had been thrown into their holiday machinery. The bill for damages to the nest remained unpaid. The new family gathering policy remained firmly in effect. After the initial flurry of outrage calls and manipulative texts, a strange sort of silence had descended from their end, at least directly to me. It was the kind of silence that precedes a storm. They were clearly stonewalling on the payment, probably hoping I'd just give up, or that the looming holiday would force my hand. Then the indirect pressure started. Aunt Valentina called again, her voice even more strained. "Lacey, your mother is trying to plan Thanksgiving, and she's just at a loss. She doesn't know what to do about you. Surely you're not going to let this ruin Thanksgiving for everyone?" "Aunt Valentina," I said, my voice calm and even. "My plans for Thanksgiving are my own. The situation with my parents and Brad is separate. They have the bill and they have the policy. Nothing has changed." "But it's Thanksgiving?" she wailed, as if the holiday itself possessed magical powers of absolution. I politely ended the call. A few days later, an email landed in my inbox from Nancy. Subject: Thanksgiving plans. The email was a masterpiece of passive aggression and denial. It outlined the usual Thanksgiving dinner details at their house, then casually added, "Lacey, we'll need you to bring your famous pecan sweet potato casserole and the cranberry orange relish. And perhaps you could host a small cocktail hour at your place around 1 p.m. before everyone comes over here. It would be lovely to see you and clear the air. We need to put all this unpleasantness behind us and come together as a family." No mention of the 5-figure bill, no acknowledgement of the ban. It was as if my registered letters, the photos, the legalistic policy had all been a figment of my imagination, a temporary tantrum they were benevolently willing to overlook if I just came to my senses. I stared at the email, a humorless laugh escaping me. The sheer, unadulterated gall. Annika, when I read it to her over coffee, just shook her head. They are genuinely living in another reality, aren't they? Clear the air. The air is crystal clear, Lacey. You've made your position perfectly plain. "So what do?" I asked, though I already knew. "You make your own Thanksgiving plans," Annika said, her eyes sparkling. "Quiet, peaceful, and utterly devoid of drama. My place, your place, fancy takeout, sweatpants. The world is our oyster, my friend." The thought was incredibly appealing. A Thanksgiving without the forced smiles, the undercurrents of resentment, Nancy's subtle digs, and Brad's entitled whining. It sounded like paradise. "Done," I said. "My place. We'll order in from that amazing Indian place and watch terrible movies." "Perfect," Annika grinned. I didn't reply to Nancy's email. My silence was my answer. A week later, another email. This time from my father, Marcus. It was shorter, more direct, but equally delusional. Subject: Thanksgiving contributions. "Lacey, your mother is getting anxious about the arrangements. We'll be by your place on Thursday morning, say around 10 a.m., to pick up your usual contributions for Thanksgiving dinner. And we can all talk then, like a normal family. This has gone on long enough." Not a request, a statement. As if they could just summon me, command my compliance, and override my clearly stated boundaries by sheer force of will. They were actually planning to just show up. The arrogance was breathtaking. This time I did reply. A single, concise sentence. "My policy stands. Any uninvited appearance at my properties will be considered trespassing, and I will act accordingly. The bill for damages to the nest remains outstanding." I hit send. The ball was back in their court. Let them try. I was ready. The thought of a confrontation didn't fill me with dread anymore. It filled me with a grim sort of anticipation. They wanted to push? I was about to show them just how hard I could push back. Thanksgiving was indeed looming, but the only pressure cooker I was interested in was the one simmering with my own quiet, delicious plans with Annika. Thanksgiving morning dawned bright and chilly. Instead of the usual frantic rush of baking and packing, my apartment was an oasis of calm. The rich aroma of coffee filled the air, and Annika was already there, curled up on my sofa in fuzzy socks, flipping through streaming services for our terrible movie marathon. We were planning a feast of takeout later, zero stress involved. Around 10:05 a.m., right on schedule for their threatened arrival, my apartment buzzer shrieked. Not the polite, quick buzz of a delivery person, but a long, insistent, demanding blare. Annika raised an eyebrow. "Showtime?" "Looks like it," I said, a strange calm settling over me. I picked up my phone, already set to record video, and walked to the intercom. "Yes?" "Lacey, it's us. Open the door." Nancy's voice, sharp and impatient, crackled through the speaker. "I'm afraid I can't do that, Mom," I replied, my tone even. "As I stated in my email, uninvited appearances are not welcome." "Don't be ridiculous, Lacey. It's Thanksgiving. We're here to pick up your contributions and talk." Marcus chimed in, his voice booming slightly. "There are no contributions," I said, "and we have nothing further to discuss until the bill for the nest is settled." A frustrated sigh from Nancy. "Lacey, open this door right now or I swear—" I walked to the door, phone still recording, and peered through the peephole. There they were, Nancy, Marcus, and lurking behind them, looking sullen and uncomfortable, Brad. Nancy's face was flushed. Marcus looked stern, and Brad just looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. I opened the door a crack, the security chain still firmly in place. In my other hand, I held a neatly folded copy of the new family gathering policy, and a crisp, official-looking document Ellis had helped me prepare. A formal cease and desist letter reiterating the trespass warning. "What part of uninvited and trespassing was unclear?" I asked, my voice quiet but firm. Nancy pushed forward. "Don't you take that tone with me, young lady. We are your parents. You will let us in, and we will sort this nonsense out." She actually tried to push the door further open, rattling the chain. "No," I said, holding my ground. "You are not coming in. This is my home. Your presence here, after being explicitly told not to come, is trespassing." Marcus stepped forward, trying a different tactic. "Lacey, please," he said, his voice softer, attempting to sound reasonable. "Think of your mother. Think of the family. Don't do this. This isn't you. You have a good heart. Let's just talk." "My good heart has been taken advantage of for years, Dad," I said. "And my good heart is telling me to protect my peace. The terms are clear. Pay the bill. Respect my boundaries. Then maybe we can talk. Until then, you need to leave." Brad, who had been scowling silently, finally muttered, "You're a real bitch, you know that? And you're a destructive, entitled brat who still hasn't paid for the thousands of dollars of damage you caused," I retorted coolly, my eyes locking onto his. He actually flinched. It was then that Nancy escalated, her voice rising to a shout that probably carried down the hallway. "We know you don't really mean this. You always come through for family. You wouldn't dare turn us away on Thanksgiving. It's unnatural." Just as she hit her crescendo, the door to the apartment opposite mine opened a crack. Mrs. Henderson, my elderly, sweet-faced, and surprisingly observant neighbour, poked her head out. She'd been a resident in the building for decades and knew everyone's comings and goings. "Oh, Lacey, dear," Mrs. Henderson said, her voice clear and carrying, though she was addressing me. She had a clear view of my parents, and Brad clustered at my door. "I meant to tell you, I was watering my plants on my balcony that Friday. You know, the weekend before last. I saw Nancy and Marcus here." She nodded towards my parents. "Dropping young Brad and a whole carload of his rather rowdy-looking friends off at the end of your lane, the one that goes up to your little vacation place. I thought it was a bit odd they didn't drive all the way up or stop in themselves. Just sort of waved them off. Quite a noisy bunch they were too." A stunned silence fell. My parents froze. Nancy's mouth, which had been open mid-rant, snapped shut. Marcus's face went from stern to a sort of pasty grey. Brad looked like he wanted the floor to swallow him. Mrs. Henderson, bless her unintentional, perfectly timed intervention, had just torpedoed their entire narrative of ignorance and boys will be boys. She'd placed them at the scene, not just as enablers after the fact, but as facilitators before it. They hadn't just known Brad had a key, they'd actively delivered him and his hoard to my doorstep. I simply looked at them, my expression unyielding, the fight visibly drained out of them. Nancy opened and closed her mouth a few times, but no sound came out. Marcus just stared, looking utterly defeated. "Well," I said into the silence, my voice still calm, "that's illuminating." They mumbled a few incoherent, blustering remarks about misunderstandings and Mrs. Henderson being mistaken, but their hearts weren't in it. The public humiliation, the irrefutable implication of their deeper complicity, was too much. Defeated, they began to retreat. Brad shot me one last venomous glare before being pulled away by Marcus. As they shuffled towards the elevator, I called out, loud enough for them, and possibly Mrs. Henderson, to hear clearly, "The bill is still due. Interest accrues daily. And by the way, I've shared copies of the security footage, Brad's charming social media posts, and this delightful interaction with the rest of the family. Happy Thanksgiving." The elevator doors dinged open. They couldn't get in fast enough. The peace that descended as the doors slid shut was the most satisfying sound I'd heard all day. The silence that followed their retreat down the hallway was profound. Annika emerged from my living room, a slow grin spreading across her face. "Well," she said, "that was more entertaining than any terrible movie we could have picked. Mrs. Henderson for the win." "Tell me about it," I said, finally letting out a shaky laugh, the adrenaline starting to fade. "I should send her a thank you bouquet." Our Thanksgiving was, as planned, quiet, peaceful, and filled with delicious Indian food and genuinely terrible B-movies. There were no passive-aggressive comments, no demands, no expectations, just easy conversation and the comfort of genuine friendship. It was the best Thanksgiving I'd had in years. In the days that followed, the fallout from the Thanksgiving showdown, as Annika dubbed it, began to ripple through the extended family. My cousin Kylie, who had always been more level-headed than most, called me a few days later. "Lacey," she began, her voice hesitant. "So, Aunt Nancy is telling everyone you threw them out on Thanksgiving after they just wanted to talk, and that Mrs. Henderson is a confused old lady. Is she now?" I said calmly. "Funny, because I have a crystal-clear video of the entire interaction, including Mrs. Henderson's perfectly lucid statement. And I also have the security footage from the nest, Brad's charming social media confession, and copies of their dismissive texts when I first told them about the damage. I shared a little highlights reel with a few select people. Perhaps you'd like to see it?" There was a pause. "Oh," Kylie said. "Actually, Uncle Robert already forwarded something like that. It's pretty damning, especially the part where Brad is literally swinging from the rafters." The grapevine, it turned out, worked both ways. Once a few key, less biased relatives saw the actual evidence, the visual proof of the destruction, Brad's arrogance, my parents' complicity confirmed by Mrs. Henderson, and their aggressive behaviour at my door, Nancy's narrative of the misunderstood son and the cruel, unforgiving daughter began to crumble. The bill, however, remained unpaid. My lawyer, Ellis, sent a follow-up letter, a bit more strongly worded this time, hinting at small claims court and the public record that would create. About a week after that, a certified cheque arrived in the mail. Not from Brad, of course, from Nancy and Marcus. It was for the full amount, every last cent. There was no note, no apology, just the cheque. I deposited it immediately. The satisfaction was immense, not just for the money, but for what it represented. Accountability, finally. Kylie called again a few weeks before Christmas. "Things are tense over here," she reported. "Aunt Nancy is apparently a wreck. Not because she's sorry, from what I gather, but because everyone knows. Uncle Marcus had to take out a home equity loan to cover that bill you sent. They're not hosting Christmas this year. Say they're Not feeling up to it. First time ever. And Brad? I asked, trying to keep my voice neutral. Total pariah, Kylie said bluntly. None of his usual enablers in the family want anything to do with him after seeing what he did. He apparently had some kind of meltdown when he realized no one was bailing him out of this, financially or socially. Word is, he's actually had to get a real job. Part-time, stocking shelves. A faint, fading sadness touched me then. Not for them, but for the family I wished I'd had. The one that existed only in greeting cards and holiday movies. But it was quickly overshadowed by a profound sense of peace. The constant anxiety of waiting for the next demand, the next guilt trip, the next act of disrespect. It was gone. My apartment felt lighter. The nest, which I was slowly and lovingly restoring with the money they'd paid, felt like my sanctuary again. I didn't spend Christmas with them, obviously. Annika and I started a new tradition. A quiet dinner, good wine, and volunteering at a local shelter on Christmas morning. It felt meaningful, real. The calls and texts from Nancy, Marcus, and Brad eventually stopped altogether. The silence from their corner of the world was no longer a precursor to a storm, but the calm after it. I heard through Kylie that Nancy tried, a few times, to rally support, to paint herself as the victim of an ungrateful daughter, but the evidence I'd shared had done its work. People knew. My life became my own, truly. I realized that my ability to afford it wasn't just about money. It was about affording myself peace, affording myself respect, affording myself the power to draw lines and enforce them. Sometimes, the only way to win your peace is to be willing to go to war for it, even if the battlefield is your own front door and the enemy shares your blood. And let me tell you, the taste of that hard-won peace? It's the sweetest victory of all. If you're out there, dealing with your own Brads and Nancys, know this: your peace is worth fighting for. Don't ever let anyone make you feel guilty for demanding the respect you deserve.
On my 35th birthday, my dad gifted me a $250,000 Bentley. 3 days later, my husband demanded it for a week-long trip. I refused. He burned it and called to laugh in my face. I raced home, heart pounding, but when I saw the flames, I laughed harder because he had no idea what he'd really destroyed. I never imagined that the most beautiful day of my life would be the one that changed everything forever. It all started on my 35th birthday. I was standing in the backyard of my father's Miami estate, the warm Florida sun brushing against my face, surrounded by close friends, relatives, and my husband, James. My father, Richard Carter, a retired businessman who made his fortune in real estate, stood beside me holding a set of keys with a wide grin on his face. "I know you've worked hard, Sophia," he said, his voice steady with pride. "And I wanted to gift you something as special as you are." Then he pointed to the driveway. There it was, a gleaming silver Bentley Continental GT, wrapped in a red satin bow. I gasped. My heart skipped. It was breathtaking. The curves, the shine, the sheer elegance of it all. Worth $250,000. I couldn't believe it. "Dad," I whispered, nearly in tears, "this is too much." "No, honey," he said, hugging me tight. "You've earned every bit of it." Everyone clapped, cheered. I smiled so hard my cheeks hurt. It wasn't just a car. It was a symbol of my independence, of the life I had built. I ran a small but growing boutique business downtown. I worked hard, kept my circle small, and stayed focused. That Bentley wasn't just chrome and leather. It was respect, it was legacy. But not everyone saw it that way. James, my husband, stood next to me with a stiff smile. On the surface, he clapped along with everyone else. But I noticed the twitch in his jaw, the fake cheer in his eyes. I ignored it, tried to believe maybe I was imagining things. James and I had been married for 6 years. He was charming in public, always smooth with words. He worked in real estate but never brought in much. He always had excuses: market's bad, clients fell through, paperwork issues. It didn't bother me much in the early years. I believed love meant standing together. But lately, he had started showing his true colors. Snide comments, taking credit for things he didn't do, always asking for money. always chasing quick thrills with his old college friends. Still, I wanted to believe he cared. That day, I told myself maybe he was just overwhelmed. 2 days later, he proved me wrong. We were having breakfast in our condo. Eggs, toast, and silence, when James suddenly said, "Hey, babe. I was thinking that Bentley would be perfect for a weekend trip." I paused. "Trip?" "Yeah," he said casually. "Me and the guys are planning to drive up to Tampa. Just 2 days. I mean, come on, it's just a car." I laughed, but not in a funny way. "Just a car? James, that was a birthday gift for my dad. It's not some rental you can just take on a joyride." His face hardened. "So, you don't trust me with it?" I looked up from my plate. "It's not about trust. You don't even respect what it means to me." He pushed his chair back and walked away, muttering something under his breath. I didn't catch it. Didn't need to. That night, he didn't come home until late. I was already in bed, trying to ignore the sick feeling in my stomach. Something about his eyes that morning. They weren't just disappointed. They were calculating. Over the next 2 days, he didn't mention the car again. He acted normal, overly normal. He brought me coffee, complimented my dress, tried to be sweet. But I knew that pattern. I'd seen it before. The fake charm before the storm. Then it happened. It was 2:30 a.m. when the security company called. There had been an alert in the garage. I threw on my robe and ran downstairs, heart pounding. The smell hit me first, sharp, chemical, choking. Then the flames. My beautiful Bentley, my father's gift, engulfed in fire, orange light flickering like a nightmare come to life. Firefighters arrived fast, but the damage was done. The car was destroyed. I stood there, numb, staring as the last piece of ribbon melted into ash. James ran in behind me, barefoot, acting shocked. "What the hell happened?" he cried, pretending to be confused, panicked. "How did this even?" I didn't say a word. I couldn't, because I already knew. The garage had full camera surveillance. Not just on the outside, inside too. My father made sure of that when the system was installed. I watched the footage later that morning, hands trembling, rage building. There he was, James, sneaking in with a gas can, wearing gloves, looking over his shoulder. He poured the fuel slowly, methodically, like he'd planned it for days. Then he lit a match. My husband, the man who promised to love and protect me, burned the one gift that meant the world to me. For what? To punish me for saying no? To claim insurance money? To prove he could take what he wanted? That night, something inside me broke. But it wasn't weakness. It was the part of me that still wanted to believe he cared. That maybe I was wrong. That maybe he deserved another chance. He didn't. And I wasn't going to cry. I was going to make him pay. I didn't confront him right away. I let him believe I didn't know. I smiled when he talked. I kissed him goodnight. I played the loving wife. But in the background, I got to work, quietly, carefully. I saved the footage. Hired a lawyer. Checked our insurance documents. Every piece of the puzzle was falling into place. I was no longer just a wife. I was a storm waiting to strike. I went through the next few days with a calmness I didn't know I was capable of. James had no clue. He moved around the house as if nothing had happened, humming while making coffee, scrolling through his phone on the couch, acting like the fire was just an unfortunate accident. He even made a few remarks about how the insurance company should be able to handle it. He kept pushing that angle. Every word he spoke was soaked in greed. I listened. I nodded. I smiled. Inside, I was boiling. I filed the police report like any other victim would. Calm. Cooperative. I gave a basic statement, mentioned the security system, and promised to send over the footage once I reviewed it. James wasn't there when the detective came. I made sure of that. I didn't want to risk him catching on too soon. At night, I lay beside him and pretended to sleep. Every breath I took was calculated. I watched him from the corner of my eye, the same man who used to whisper promises into my ear, now sleeping soundly after burning my trust to the ground. The footage was more than enough. It wasn't just clear, it was undeniable. His face, the gas can, The lighter, the deliberate way he looked around before striking the match. I sent it to my lawyer, Valerie Price, a sharp, no-nonsense attorney in downtown Miami who I'd met through one of my clients. Valerie didn't waste time. "Are you sure you want to go through with this?" she asked me the day we met in her office. She slid the footage back across the table. "It'll be public. Arrests. Court. Your name and documents." "I want justice," I said. "Not just for the car. For everything." She nodded. "Then let's get started." Over the next week, we built the case: arson, insurance fraud, and criminal property damage. Combined, it could land him in prison for up to 5 years. We had all the proof. He couldn't talk his way out of this one. The night before everything would change, I cooked his favorite dinner, steak and mashed potatoes, the way he liked it. He smiled across the table like we were newlyweds. "You know," he said, "maybe this whole fire thing is a blessing in disguise. The insurance payout could get us something even better." I looked him in the eye and forced a soft laugh. "Maybe," I said, sipping my wine. I wanted to throw it in his face, but I held myself together. One more night. That's all I needed. The next morning, everything started to unravel for him. It was a Tuesday, bright and clear. I was in the kitchen pouring my coffee when the doorbell rang. James was in the shower. I walked calmly to the door and opened it to find 2 officers standing there, one with a file in his hand. "Mrs. Carter?" one asked. "Yes." "We have a warrant for James Carter's arrest for arson and insurance fraud." I nodded. "He's upstairs." James came down the stairs moments later, towel around his waist, confused, then panicked. "What's going on?" he asked, looking at me, then the officers. "You're under arrest," one officer said. "Please turn around." James looked at me in disbelief. "Sophia? What is this? What the hell is going on?" I didn't say anything. I just stepped aside. They cuffed him right there in the hallway. He struggled, tried to explain, started shouting. "This is a mistake. I didn't do anything. Sophia, tell them." He was yelling all the way to the squad car. Later that afternoon, I visited him at the detention center. He was behind glass, his eyes red, his hands trembling slightly as he held the phone. I picked up mine slowly. "Sophia, please," he said. "You don't understand. It wasn't like that. I just thought." "You thought what?" I asked, voice steady. "That you could destroy what wasn't yours? That you could lie, manipulate, steal, and I'd stay quiet?" "I didn't mean to." "Yes, you did." I cut in. "You meant every bit of it. You lit that match because you thought I wouldn't find out. Because you thought I was too blind or too soft to fight back. But you were wrong." He started crying then. Actual tears. He pressed his palm against the glass. "I made a mistake, okay? I messed up. Please, just give me one more chance. I'll make it right. I swear." I stared at him for a long time. Then I said, "Get on your knees." "What?" "I want you to get on your knees. Right here. Right now. And beg." His eyes widened. "Sophia, do it," I said. "You wanted to see what desperation feels like? You wanted to make me feel powerless? Now it's your turn." Slowly, he slid off the bench onto his knees, his hands still gripping the edge of the little table between us. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "Please, I'll do anything. I'll fix it." I leaned closer, my voice sharp. "You can't fix what you broke." Then I stood up and walked away. The next few days were a whirlwind. My lawyer took over. The court moved faster than I expected. The evidence was overwhelming, and James had no defense. He was officially charged and denied bail. The judge called his actions calculated and cruel. I filed for divorce the same week. Clean, firm, final. People started talking. Friends. Neighbors. Some were shocked. Some said they always suspected something was off. I didn't care. I wasn't doing this for them. I was doing it for me. The silence in the house was strange at first. No fake laughter. No manipulation. Just me and my thoughts. But slowly, it felt like breathing again. I moved out a month later. Packed my things, signed the papers, and left that condo behind. I found a place in Brickell, high up with a view of the bay. My boutique business took off. Clients came in droves. Maybe they liked the way I carried myself now. Maybe they sensed the fire in me. Either way, I was rising. James tried to write me letters from jail. I never opened them. He cried the last time we saw each other. I didn't. After James was gone, everything felt still. Not peaceful at first. Just still. Like the world had stopped spinning for a second and was figuring out whether to crash or continue. I didn't cry. I didn't even feel sad. I felt clean. Like someone had finally wiped away the grime that had been building up on my life for years without me realizing it. I moved into my new apartment in Brickell 2 months after the trial began. It was on the 23rd floor, with tall windows and a balcony that looked out over the city lights. At night, I'd stand there with a cup of tea, feeling the breeze in my hair and listening to the traffic hum below. I had silence again. Not the kind that makes you feel alone, but the kind that lets you think, breathe, become yourself again. My boutique, SC Designs, had always been my escape, but now it became my focus. Orders were steady, clients loyal, and within 6 months, I was expanding to a second space in Coral Gables. I hired 2 new assistants, brought in a stylist to help with events, and rebranded my social media. For the first time in a long while, I wasn't just surviving, I was building. But healing isn't always a straight line. There were nights when I'd wake up sweating, dreaming about fire. Not the car burning, but the feeling of being trapped, the betrayal behind it. I kept asking myself, how did I miss the signs for so long? How did I stay with someone who could smile in my face while planning to destroy what I loved? James had always been good with words. He knew how to make excuses sound like reasons, how to twist guilt into charm. At first, it was little things, borrowing money and forgetting to pay it back, lying about where he was, blaming stress or work or whatever new issue he invented. I made excuses for him because I thought love meant being patient. It doesn't. Love means being respected. And the moment someone stops respecting you, they stop deserving your loyalty. The trial lasted longer than expected. His lawyer tried everything, mental stress, financial pressure, even claiming he was under the influence during the act. But the footage was undeniable. The judge saw through every excuse. I sat through every hearing, watched him fidget and whisper to his lawyer, watched him avoid my eyes. At one point, during a break, he tried to speak to me in the hallway. The guard stopped him, but I saw the desperation in his face. That look of someone who finally understood that they'd lost everything, and too late. I didn't flinch. I just turned and walked away. He was sentenced to 3 years in state prison. No early release. No special deals. People always ask me, was it worth it? Was it worth going through all that? Facing your own husband in court? Watching him fall like that? Yes. 100 times yes. Because revenge wasn't about hurting him. It was about reclaiming myself. About showing that I wasn't someone who could be broken, discarded, or used. It was about standing up, even if it meant standing alone. Not long after the sentencing, my father came to visit. We were sitting on my balcony, watching the sunset. "You did the right thing, sweetheart," he said quietly. I know it wasn't easy. I looked at him, the man who had given me so much, not just the car, but strength, support, love. "I just wish I'd seen it sooner," I admitted. He put his hand over mine. "Sometimes, we need to lose something to see clearly. But I'm proud of you." Those words meant everything. Despite everything, part of me still wondered, how much of our life together had been real for James? Did he ever truly love me, or was it always about what I could give him? I'll probably never know. And maybe that's for the best. After the trial, I donated what was left of the Bentley, what hadn't melted, to an art foundation that used metal scraps for sculpture projects. It felt symbolic. Let them make something beautiful out of the ruins. I threw myself into my work more than ever. I started hosting events, fashion nights, pop-ups. The boutique became a hub for local artists and designers. Women would come up to me and say things like, "Your strength inspires me," or "You helped me leave my own toxic marriage." That shocked me. I wasn't trying to be a role model. I was just trying to survive. But I realized then that strength is contagious. When you stand up for yourself, You give others permission to do the same. One evening, about a year after James's arrest, I got a letter in the mail. No return address, but I recognized the handwriting immediately. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. Whatever apology or excuse or promise was inside, it didn't matter. The past no longer had a place in my life. I dropped it straight into the shredder. I never visited him in prison. Never answered his letters. He faded from my life like a bad storm, loud, violent, unforgettable, but eventually distant. I knew he'd get out one day. Maybe try to contact me again. But I had already decided, if he ever did, he would find a stranger. The woman he once knew was gone. I had been reshaped by fire, just like that car. But instead of turning to ash, I came out stronger. Brick by brick, I built a new life. A life without him. A life without fear. The months passed quietly after that. Peaceful even. I found myself smiling more. Laughing again, real laughter, not the forced kind I used to do when James made one of his ridiculous jokes in front of people, trying to play the part of the perfect husband. I started seeing beauty in small things again. Morning light through the blinds. The smell of fresh coffee. The sound of my heels clicking on the tile floor of my boutique as I opened shop each day. I wasn't just healing, I was living. By the time a year had gone by since the fire, my life looked nothing like it did before. I had 2 boutiques, a team of 8 women working with me, and invitations to speak at events about women's entrepreneurship. I never planned on becoming a speaker or being asked to tell my story, but I learned that people connect with truth. And mine had a lot of truth. Ugly, painful, but also powerful. One of those events was held at a downtown hotel. A big crowd, mostly women. I stood on stage, lights in my eyes, telling them how betrayal doesn't always come from strangers, and how sometimes we must walk through fire to find ourselves. I didn't name names. I didn't have to. I saw their heads nodding. They understood. Some even cried. Afterward, a woman around my age came up to me and hugged me like we'd known each other for years. "I was in a marriage like that too," she whispered. "I just left him last week." That's when I knew what I had been through wasn't just my story. It was a mirror for others. And in some strange, bittersweet way, that gave it meaning. But life has a way of testing you when you least expect it. One Sunday morning, about 18 months after the trial, I got a call. I was watering the balcony plants when my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer. Something told me to pick up. "Hello," I said. A voice on the other end paused before speaking. "Sophia, it's me. James." I didn't say anything. I felt the old coldness crawl up my spine, but I didn't let it show. "I got out last week," he said. "Early release for good behavior." I stayed quiet. "I'm not calling to cause problems," he continued. I needed to hear your voice. I know you probably hate me. I deserve it. But I wanted to say I'm sorry. For real. I've been in therapy. I've changed." I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, but because it was so predictable. The same charm, softened voice, carefully chosen words. He hadn't changed. He had rehearsed. "I forgave you a long time ago," I said finally. "But that doesn't mean I want you in my life." "I don't." There was a long silence. Then, "I understand. I just wanted to say it." I hung up. That was the last time I heard from him. The truth is, I wasn't angry anymore. Not because what he did wasn't unforgivable, but because I had let go. Carrying that anger would have kept me connected to him, and I was done with anything that tied me to the past. What happened to me wasn't just betrayal. It was a wake-up call. A fire that burned away the lies and left nothing but the truth. I had been married to a man who valued money more than me, who saw my success as something to use, not celebrate, who believed he could manipulate, steal, and still be forgiven. And I had survived it. No, more than survived. I had grown. My father visited me every Sunday, without fail. We'd sit by the water, talk about business, sometimes just sit in silence. He never said, "I told you so," even though I knew he never liked James. He just supported me, quietly, like he always had. One evening, as we watched the sun dip behind the skyline, he said, "You know, I used to worry about you being alone." "I'm not alone," I said. He looked at me and smiled. "I know. I can see it now." And he was right. I wasn't alone. I had myself, my business, a future. I had peace. And peace is something no amount of money can buy. James's betrayal didn't destroy me. It revealed me. It showed me that I was stronger than I ever gave myself credit for. That I didn't need anyone to rescue me. That I could rebuild from ashes and create something even more beautiful. Some nights, I still think about that car. The Bentley. How proud my dad looked when he gave it to me. How happy I felt sitting behind the wheel for the first time. It wasn't just about the car. It was about what it symbolized: love, achievement, independence. And James tried to take that from me. But in trying to destroy a gift, he ended up gifting me something even greater. Freedom. Now, every time I get into my car, an Audi Q8 this time, one I bought for myself, I smile. Not because it's expensive, but because it's mine. Because no one handed it to me. Because no one can take it away. That's the thing about fire. It can burn, yes. But it can also purify. And what rose from those ashes was not a victim. It was me. Whole. Unshaken. Unapologetically free.
I wasn't threatening anyone. I was really upset by what you and your friends did. I said I would forgive everything if you paid for a meal. So just leave your wallet and go. I realized later that your apology was fake. Both Olivia and Scott had that mocking look on their faces. They planned this from the start. We just sighed as we watched them rant. Just leave your wallet and go. You know what will happen if you talk, they said. Scott is higher up than Larry at work. I just smiled at their words. If they were going to be like that, I wasn't going to hold back. Are you sure about this? You'll regret it, I warned them. They thought I was joking and just laughed it off, saying they didn't care. I put my wallet on the table, and they thanked me mockingly, saying they'd give it to Larry later as a treat. Larry was furious, but I calmed him down and we left, ignoring them. Soon after, we took action and made sure they would regret their actions. I'm Laura. I live a peaceful life with my husband, Larry, and our son, Frank. Larry and I met in college and started talking more when we worked on group projects together. We shared hobbies and began dating soon after. We got married 5 years after graduating. A few years later, we had our son. Larry works in sales and is well respected at his company, though he had a tough start. He admires his father, who managed a company, and Larry wanted to follow in his footsteps in sales. I still get tough feedback, but I want to be like my dad. When Frank was born, my in-laws really helped us out. My mother-in-law went to cooking school and now works as a hostess at a famous restaurant. Her husband works with her, handling the business side. Their advice is always to do your best in whatever you're doing at that moment. I've always liked design. While working in administration, I used to draw for fun. This hobby became useful as I started taking freelance web design jobs. The projects got bigger over time. Then today, Larry came to me with an idea. Hey Laura, our company needs a designer. Want to try it? I really like your designs. It'll be busy, but I'll help you. What do you think? Your designs have a special warmth, he said. At first, I was unsure, but my father-in-law, who was visiting, agreed with Larry. With their encouragement, I decided to work on a design. Once I started, I was determined to do well. Larry and I worked together to come up with the best design. It took some time, but I finally made a design I was proud of. To my joy, they chose my design, and it sold really well. Larry and I were thrilled when we heard the news. We thanked my in-laws for their support, and they were as happy as if they had succeeded themselves. It's all thanks to your design, Laura, they said. It's really nothing. Having this experience means a lot. Thank you, I replied. This whole experience was a big moment for me. I started spending more time on web design, which was just a side job at first. Eventually, I made as much money from designing as I did from my day job. so I quit my administrative job and now work as a freelancer. Thanks to Larry's company, I also get to design whenever they launch a new product. Our son Frank, who is now in middle school, has grown into a smart and kind boy. He loves playing soccer for his school club. Life is good, but there's one thing that bothers me. It's about Olivia, whose son Kevin is in the same soccer club as Frank. Frank and Kevin are great friends, and they even ended up in the same class this year and often spend weekends together. Frank talks about Kevin a lot. Kevin came over to our house once, and he was very polite. I was happy Frank had such a good friend. However, Olivia can be a bit too much sometimes. I first met her during the school's open house. It was obvious right away that she was Kevin's mom. "Kevin, you're definitely Mama's pride and joy," she said. "Mom, stop, it's embarrassing," Kevin replied. After the class, during the break, Olivia loudly exclaimed, making Kevin embarrassed. I thought she seemed like a loving mom, but that wasn't quite true. Really, Kevin is by far the best. The others just seemed to be playing around during their presentation, she said loudly. The room went quiet. Kevin looked annoyed and said, "Didn't I tell you to stop?" Everyone took their presentation seriously. I couldn't help but wonder if her comment was really appropriate. Soon after, the parents had to leave for another meeting and started to leave the classroom. "Frank, you did well in your presentation. You have club activities today, right?" I said, "Yeah." Frank replied, "Do your best. I'm going to make your favorite hamburger steak for dinner." "Really? Awesome," Frank said happily. Before leaving the classroom, Frank talked to me, and the other kids told him he was lucky to be getting hamburger steak for dinner. I felt relieved seeing Frank handle the situation smoothly. At the parent-teacher meeting, we could sit anywhere, so I chose a corner seat. That's when Olivia approached and started talking to me. "Aren't you Frank's mother?" she asked suddenly. I was surprised by her directness, but she sat down next to me anyway. "I wanted to meet you. I'm Olivia," she said. I felt a bit trapped but listened to her. I wondered how she knew I was Frank's mother since we hadn't met before. Seeing my confusion, she explained, "You were talking about dinner with Frank earlier, right?" That's how I knew. And calling hamburger steak a treat seems so laid back. I was taken aback by her comment about our dinner choice, especially since we just met. "Frank loves hamburger steak, and I don't think it's your place to comment," I replied. She seemed displeased with my response. "Well, that's true. My husband works at a major company, so he doesn't quite get the ordinary tastes," she said. When she asked where my husband worked, I didn't engage further and just brushed her off. Fortunately, the meeting started and we settled down. After the meeting, she asked if I wanted to grab some coffee. I tried to decline a few times, but she insisted, saying, "Come on, it's just some mom friends bonding. Besides, Kevin and Frank are good friends." I felt I had little choice and agreed. We exchanged contact information and went for coffee. During coffee, she talked a lot about her wealthy life and her husband. Since then, she invited me for coffee several times a month. Although our kids got along, I wasn't too happy about it but went along. One time when I declined, she hinted, "You know, my husband knows a lot of people, even Frank's club coach." It felt like a subtle threat, so I maintained the reluctant friendship with Olivia. What shocked me further was finding out that Olivia's husband worked at the same company as Larry. I nearly spit out my drink in surprise when I found out Olivia's husband worked at the same major company as Larry. She had mentioned it was a major company, but never specified which one. I hadn't thought it would be Larry's company. I learned this when Olivia came to pick up Kevin from our house today. Kevin had been over to play, and I had planned to just meet Olivia at the door, but she came inside since the kids were still there. "Isn't your husband working for XOAZ Corporation, Laura?" she asked. I nearly choked on my tea at her question. Seeing my shocked face, Olivia seemed pleased, and I had a bad feeling about where this was headed. "Why?" I asked. Because I saw a business card in your room with your husband's name on it and recognized the company name, she explained. Hold on, are you saying you just went into her room? I asked, shocked. No, I didn't mean to. I was just looking for the bathroom and happened to open the wrong door, she replied. I was relieved my sons weren't around to hear this. I had given Olivia directions to the restroom, so I truly thought she was lying. But I had only told her verbally, so I couldn't really push back too hard. Indeed, in Larry's room, he has business cards for work. I designed the business cards for Larry's company, so there are several different types, and he had some displayed under a desk protector. She must have seen those. Stunned and at a loss for words, Olivia approached and said, I really don't like you two. Her previously friendly demeanor had vanished, and her eyes were now sharp and piercing as she glared at me. Do you enjoy taking work away from other people's husbands? She accused. Excuse me, I replied, not understanding her implication. She threw out one last barb. Well, whatever. Just remember, I'm gonna make sure you regret this. I was speechless and later recounted everything to Larry. So Scott's wife is Laura's friend, he said, surprised. It seems so. It must be a coincidence, but she seemed to have some sort of grudge against us, I said. Who's this Scott guy? I wondered aloud. Larry took a deep breath and started explaining. I don't think it's right to talk about such things, but Scott works in the planning department. He's very assertive. Larry explained that the product planning department creates products and works with the sales team to make money. Scott is a key figure in planning and is known for strongly believing in meritocracy, meaning a lot depends on whether he is interested in something or not. Working with him can be great or terrible, people say. I still don't understand why Olivia dislikes us so much. Yeah, I'm not sure either. I don't really know Scott well, I replied, sorry for dragging you into this mess. It's okay, but what about Frank and Kevin? It's not good for the kids to be close if their parents are at odds, I said. Yeah, I'll try to find out more, I promised. A few days later, Olivia called me. I felt anxious but answered. She sounded much more apologetic than before. I'm so sorry about the other day. I was just stressed about my husband's work not going well, she explained. I listened because she sounded sincere. She apologized and suggested that since our husbands work together, we should try to get along. How about we all go out for dinner? She proposed. Considering her past behavior, I was hesitant but thought of our children's friendship and decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. That's fine, thank you. I'll arrange the place and let you know the details later, she said, sounding pleased as she ended the call. The day came, and we went to the restaurant Olivia had chosen, known for its seafood. However, Olivia and her husband were nowhere to be seen. I tried calling her. When I mentioned my name to the receptionist, the staff member looked concerned. I was shocked when the receptionist told us, I'm sorry, but the reservation is only for 3 people. What? Larry and I were confused. What was going on? I asked the staff member to wait and immediately called Olivia. Hello, Olivia. The restaurant just told me the reservation is for 3 people, I said. She laughed and told us to wait a moment. Soon, Olivia and a man walked in. Larry recognized him. Scott, good to see you, he said. That's when I realized the man was Scott. Olivia and Scott were smiling broadly, which gave me a bad feeling. I'm sorry, I made a mistake with the reservation, Olivia said casually, which annoyed me. Then she said something even more shocking. Well, mistakes happen, but let's not waste the food, right? What are you getting at? I asked. Look, Larry, I'm soon going to be the head of the planning department. You're doing well in sales, but you're still a newbie. If you don't want things to go sour, you might want to listen to what I have to say, Scott said. Are you threatening us? I asked. It's not a threat, Olivia interjected. Laura and you have hurt me deeply. I'm offering you a way to make amends. Just leave your wallet and go. I realized then that the apology was indeed a lie. This was their intention from the start. We saw it as we watched them argue. Look, just leave your wallet and get out. By the way, you do know what will happen if you tell anyone about this, right? Scott's higher up than Larry, after all, Olivia said. At that, I couldn't help but smile. If they're playing it that way, there's no need to hold back anymore. All right, but are you guys sure about this? You're going to regret it, I said. They might have thought I was bluffing because the three burst into laughter. Like we care, they said. I took out my wallet and placed it on the table. Seeing that, the three sneered at me. We'll give Larry his wallet back later. Thanks for the treat, then, Olivia said. Larry looked furious and clenched his fists, but I calmed him down and we left the room, ignoring the three. We quickly took action. They were the ones who were going to regret this. Yeah, can't let people who pull stunts like this go unpunished, I thought. Later, a call came in on my phone. Recognizing the number, I answered with a smile. Ah, Laura, looks like we're almost done here, I said. I handed the phone to Larry. After a quick talk, he hung up. Well, shall we go? Seems like things have heated up, Larry said, looking very upset. We went back to the restaurant Olivia had chosen. Once there, we asked a waiter to call the owner. Soon after, the landlady, who was also Larry's mom, hurried out. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry for the trouble, I said. It's fine. People like them need to be taught a lesson, she replied, looking as angry as Larry had been earlier. We were led to a room. As we opened the door slightly, a tense atmosphere was evident. Inside were Olivia, Scott, and some senior officials from Larry's company, including his father-in-law. Why had it come to this? The restaurant Olivia chose happened to be run by Larry's mom. We realized it as soon as Olivia told us to meet there. It was a coincidence, but since we were going there anyway, Larry decided to call his mom. It was revealed that Olivia had only booked for 3. We knew she hadn't made a reservation for 4, but played along anyway. Once we understood Olivia's intentions, we immediately reported it to Larry's mom. Being straightforward people, both Larry's mom and Larry reported it to his dad, which led to the current situation. Scott, what's going on here? A man asked Scott. Well, Scott was flustered, understandably so. That man was Mr. Bryan from the planning department's top management. Next to him was someone from the sales department's upper echelon. I think my father-in-law might have called them over. He was the former CEO, so it's understandable how he'd react if he found out his family was being treated this way, especially in his wife's restaurant by employees from his time in charge. Actually, my father-in-law used to be the CEO of the company where Larry works. He's now retired and not involved in its management, but he was highly respected during his tenure. Even now, he's still in touch with company folks. After hearing the story from my mother-in-law, he immediately reached out to the company to explain the situation. When the CEO hears that one of his employees is trying to exploit another employee by using their position, he's going to take action. The 3 who didn't know this were surprised by the sudden appearance of the company executives at the restaurant. They seemed unable to grasp the situation. Larry said he wanted me to accept this invitation because my husband often works with Larry, even now. I was shocked by the clear lies coming out of their mouths. They showed no regret, and I wondered if they didn't realize that such obvious lies would eventually be exposed. Just then, to interrupt Scott, Larry entered the room. To the surprise of Olivia and Scott, Larry politely said, "Excuse me." Scott glared at Larry as soon as he saw him. We understood the situation completely, but for Olivia and Scott, it must have been confusing. Before Scott could respond, my father-in-law spoke up. I'm the former CEO, Andrew. I'm retired now and have handed over the company to Mr. Bryan here, he explained. By the way, Larry is my son, but he didn't get his job at the company through any connections of mine. In fact, I wasn't involved in his hiring at all. And I should mention that this restaurant is run by my wife. Hearing my father-in-law's explanation, Olivia and Scott seemed to finally understand the situation, and their faces turned white instantly. Olivia let out a sigh, almost without words, and Scott was shaking uncontrollably. Olivia, looking incredulous, seemed more flustered than I'd ever seen her. "Let's cut the small talk and discuss the matter at hand," said my father-in-law. The discussion, or rather the one-sided questioning they faced, started in a tense atmosphere, and Olivia and Scott struggled to speak. Olivia's issues with me apparently related to some design work at the company. It turned out that Olivia had also been considered for the same project. Initially, when the project was discussed at the company, my design was chosen after searching among friends and family for talented designers. This choice boosted Larry's reputation. Moreover, despite being relatively Brian, Larry had developed his own sales techniques, earning trust from his juniors and contributing to the company's performance. It frustrated me that he was taking credit for achievements that he accomplished with the help of his wife's talents. I truly believe Larry has been working hard, but didn't you feel the same when you got advice from him? This left Scott speechless, and a senior planning department executive made a sharp comment that added to his silence. Scott felt overlooked because whenever the sales department finished their tasks, they would give detailed advice to the planning team. This bothered Scott, making him feel like his products were overshadowed by Larry's. As Larry's answers continued to receive praise, Scott became resentful and often complained to Olivia. One day, Olivia overheard me talking about my work with some other moms. I love designing and often draw illustrations for school events like PTA meetings. Some of the moms knew I worked freelance, so when Olivia learned that I was the designer chosen for the company project, she started picking on me. Hearing this, we were speechless. We were honestly shocked that they would concoct such a scheme out of jealousy. Moreover, we learned another disturbing fact. "I'm really disappointed in you. Please wait, I'm truly sorry about this," Scott pleaded, but Mr. Bryan coldly responded, "I've heard from one of our planning department guys. I hope it's not true, but there's a significant amount of money being spent on planning. Is it really all going towards actual products?" At this, Scott froze and Olivia turned pale. It turned out Scott had been embezzling funds under the guise of planning expenses. This revelation took even us by surprise. It seemed Olivia was also involved in the scheme. "How did you get caught?" "You said it would be a secret," Olivia asked. "I don't know," Scott responded, frustrated by Olivia's question. His expression was that of someone who had inadvertently admitted to embezzlement, but it was too late. Mr. Bryan sighed and bowed his head to his father-in-law. "I'm really sorry. I never expected something like this to happen in the company that Mr. Andrew trusted me to run. It's my fault for not supervising better." "No, it's not your fault, Mr. Bryan, or the fault of the senior sales and marketing staff," someone said. "It's this couple who only know how to play dirty tricks. You both are going to pay for this." "Hold on, she's the one to blame," one accused. "Excuse me? Weren't you the one who said we could embezzle money?" the other retorted. "Hey, we're in a store. Keep it down," someone intervened. "Shut up. If you hadn't interfered. How dare you act all high and mighty when you're the one at fault?" Well, if the husband is like this, so is the wife. In the end, Mr. Bryan had the arguing couple handed over to the police. It was only right since they had embezzled money. It caused quite a scene and was a hassle for the store, but Larry's mom handled it gracefully, and the situation was quickly controlled. Larry told me that Scott got fired from the company and was sued for damages. They were very strict with him, probably because it involved the company's products. Kevin stayed with Olivia's parents for a while. After the incident, Olivia's parents came over to apologize. From what I heard, the couple is now living quietly, maybe as a way to make up for what they did. Seeing how sincere Olivia's parents seemed, I couldn't help but wonder how their daughter and son-in-law ended up this way. I was worried about Kevin, but the company made sure the incident stayed quiet. So thankfully, No rumors spread at school, and Kevin was fine. It's unfortunate what happened to him. I talked to Frank the other day, and Kevin seems to be doing well at school. He's a good kid and everyone trusts him. Rather than being sad about his parents, he seems more upset with them. That's good to hear. I haven't seen Olivia and Scott since that incident. Kevin, however, still hangs out with Frank and even comes over to our place from time to time. Watching the three of them play so happily, I hope they never end up like their parents. By a stroke of luck, we were safe this time, but I truly believe that our daily actions attract the people and opportunities in our lives. I want to cherish my relationships with others more than ever.
The first time I realised my in-laws wanted me dead was at my husband's funeral. I stood there in my black dress, watching Tessa's perfectly manicured hand pat my shoulder with all the warmth of a snake's belly. My name is Destiny, and this is how I learned that family isn't always about blood. Sometimes it's about bloodshed. He looked so peaceful at the end, Tessa whispered, her eyes sharp despite her tears, almost like he knew it was coming. I stared at Dylan's casket, adorned with white lilies, flowers he'd actually been allergic to. But Tessa had insisted, just like she'd insisted on everything else since that horrible morning when I'd found him unresponsive in our bed. He wasn't peaceful, I said quietly. He was scared. Paul, my father-in-law, cleared his throat behind us. Now, let's not make a scene. Making scenes was apparently my specialty, according to the Webbers. Like the scene I'd made when Dylan and I eloped 3 years ago. Or the scene when I'd questioned why Tessa kept pushing her special doctor on Dylan when his regular physician said he was fine. Reggie, Dylan's best friend, appeared at my side like a guardian angel in a charcoal suit. "Hey, you holding up okay?" Before I could answer, Amelia sauntered over, her designer heels sinking into the cemetery grass. "Oh my God! Did you see who showed up? Dylan's ex from college. She looks amazing." My hands trembled as I clutched my purse. Dylan had warned me about them, but I always thought he was exaggerating. "I need some air," I mumbled. "We're outside, dear," Tessa said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I walked away, finding a quiet spot near an old oak tree. My phone buzzed, a text from Dylan from 3 weeks ago. "Remember what we talked about. No matter what happens, trust no one but Reggie." "He really loved you, you know." Reggie's voice startled me. He stood there, hands in his pockets, looking as lost as I felt. "That's why they hated you so much. You were the first person he couldn't be controlled by them through." "I just don't understand," my voice cracked. One minute he was fine, the next. "Don't!" Reggie's face darkened. "Not here. Not now. Just be careful, okay?" The funeral ended like a bad theatre production, with everyone playing their assigned roles. The grieving mother, the stoic father, the dramatic sister, and me, the outsider who dared to marry into their precious dynasty. The next morning, I visited Dylan's grave alone. The fresh dirt still smelled raw like an open wound. My phone buzzed again, this time a text from my best friend Natasha. "Don't go home. Call me now." My heart stopped. I ran to my car, tyres spitting gravel as I raced back to our house, my house. Our driveway was blocked by an unfamiliar moving truck. As I slammed my car into park, I watched in horror as 2 men carried our bedroom dresser out the front door. "What are you doing?" I screamed, running toward them. "Stop! This is my house!" Tessa appeared in the doorway, holding a stack of my photo albums. "Oh, Destiny, you're just in time to collect your things." "What?" I tried to push past her, but Paul blocked my way. "The locks have been changed," he said matter-of-factly. "We've taken the liberty of packing your belongings." "You can't do this!" I pulled out my phone, hands shaking so hard I could barely dial. "Actually, we can," Amelia chirped from behind them, tossing my clothes onto the lawn like confetti. The house was in Dylan's name. And now that he's gone, everything returns to the family, Tessa finished, her voice dripping with satisfaction. "Did you really think we'd let you keep what belongs to us?" I watched in stunned silence as more of my life landed on the grass. Photos of Dylan and me, the coffee maker he'd bought me for Christmas, the throw pillows we'd picked out together at that little boutique in Portland. "You were just a convenience," Tessa hissed, leaning close enough that I could smell her expensive perfume. A phase he was going through, now you're nothing. As I stood there, surrounded by the scattered pieces of my life, something inside me shifted. The grief that had been drowning me for days crystallized into something harder, colder, more dangerous. I picked up my phone again, this time dialing with steady fingers. Gerard, it's Destiny Weber. Remember what Dylan said might happen? It's happening, and I'm ready to fight back. Behind me, I heard Tessa laugh. She didn't know yet, but she'd just made the biggest mistake of her life. Because Dylan hadn't just left me his love, he'd left me everything else too. And I was about to show them exactly what that meant. Stay exactly where you are. Gerard's voice crackled through my phone. Don't engage, don't threaten, just watch and record everything. I sat in my car, filming, as Tessa directed the movers like a conductor leading an orchestra of destruction. My hands had stopped shaking. Rage has a way of steadying you. Natasha pulled up 20 minutes later, her Tesla silent as a ghost. She took one look at the scene and muttered something that would have made her law professor blush. They have no idea, do they? She asked, watching Amelia toss my wedding album into a box. About what? About the transfer documents Dylan filed 3 months ago. She smiled, all teeth. The ones I helped him prepare. My phone buzzed again. Reggie, don't move. Bringing the files now. I watched another box of my life hit the lawn. What transfer documents? Your loving husband, Gerard announced, appearing beside my car window like a well-dressed spectre, was a very thorough man. He opened his briefcase right there in the driveway, spreading papers across my hood. House deed, company ownership documents, investment portfolios, all legally transferred to you weeks ago. He even bought out his family's shares in the business. What? I grabbed the papers, scanning the dates. But he never said. Because he knew they were watching, Reggie said, jogging up with a laptop under his arm. Remember that fight you had about the summer house? When Tessa tried to convince him you were after his money? I nodded. That argument had lasted weeks, with Tessa sending Dylan evidence of my supposed gold-digging past. That's when he started moving everything, Reggie explained. He told me, if they're so worried about her taking it all, I'll make sure she does. Gerard pulled out his phone. Shall I call the police, or would you prefer to deliver the news yourself? I watched Tessa emerge from my house, carrying my grandmother's antique mirror, the last gift I had from her. Wait, I said, grabbing the deed. I want to do it. I walked across the lawn, papers clutched to my chest like armour. Paul saw me first, his face darkening. I thought we told you... Funny thing about property law, I cut in, loud enough for the movers to hear. You need actual ownership to evict someone. Tessa set down the mirror with exaggerated care. The house belongs to the family now, dear. You're not family anymore. Actually, I held up the deed. According to these documents, filed and notarized 3 months ago, this house belongs to me, along with the summer cottage in Maine, and the company. The colour drained from Paul's face. That's impossible. Dylan would never, Amelia started. Dylan did. Reggie stepped forward, laptop open. He transferred everything, the properties, the business holdings, even his shares in the family company. It's all Destiny's now. You're lying, Tessa whispered, but her hands were shaking. Would you like to see the police officer who's pulling up right now? Gerard asked smoothly. I'm sure he'd be happy to explain trespassing laws. A patrol car rolled into the driveway. Lights off, but presence unmistakable. The movers, sensing trouble, began backing away from their truck. This isn't over, Paul growled. You're right, I said, picking up my grandmother's mirror, because technically, your house is mine too. What? Amelia screeched. The family estate, Gerard clarified, clearly enjoying himself. Dylan bought out your mortgage last year. When he transferred his assets to Destiny, that included the deed to your primary residence. Tessa grabbed Paul's arm, her perfectly manicured nails digging into his sleeve. He wouldn't dare. He did dare, Reggie said quietly. He told me he wanted to make sure you could never hurt her like you hurt him. The police officer approached, notepad in hand. We received a call about trespassing. Yes, I said, standing straighter. These people are on my property without permission, attempting to remove my belongings. We have rights, Amelia shouted. Actually, Gerard stepped forward, you don't. Not here, not anymore. And if you don't leave immediately, we'll be pressing charges. I watched as reality crashed over them like a cold wave. Tessa's face contorted with fury. Paul's hands clenched into fists. Amelia looked ready to faint. "Get out," I said softly. "Get out of my house." As they retreated, Tessa turned back one last time. "You think you've won? You have no idea what you're dealing with?" "No," I replied, thinking of Dylan's warnings, of his careful planning, of everything he'd done to protect me. "But I'm about to find out." The police officer supervised as they drove away, their expensive cars carrying them back to a house they didn't know they'd already lost. Natasha squeezed my shoulder. "Ready for war?" she asked. I looked down at my wedding ring, then at the papers in my hand. "They started it. I'm just going to finish it." 3 days later, I stood at my kitchen window, watching the Sunday morning scene unfold like a perfectly orchestrated play. Tessa and Paul's sprawling mansion, technically my mansion now, was hosting what looked like their annual spring brunch. Cars lined the circular driveway, guests in pastel dresses and seersucker suits mingling on the manicured lawn. "Are you sure about this?" Natasha asked, adjusting her blazer. "We could wait." "They didn't wait," I replied, checking my phone. "Sheriff's 2 minutes out." Reggie paced behind us. "Dylan would have loved this, you know. He always said his mother's brunches were just excuses to show off." Right on schedule, 2 police cruisers and an official-looking sedan pulled up to the estate's gates. I watched through binoculars as the sheriff and 2 deputies approached the front door, legal papers in hand. "I can't believe they're still throwing parties," Natasha muttered. "Their son died 2 weeks ago." "They're trying to maintain appearances," Reggie said. "Tessa probably told everyone Dylan would have wanted it." My phone buzzed. Gerard. "Show's about to start. You might want to drive over." We arrived just as the sheriff was reading the eviction notice. Tessa stood in the doorway, face flushed with rage and embarrassment, while her guests watched from the garden. "This is ridiculous!" Paul shouted. "We've lived here for 40 years!" "And you have 1 hour to collect essential belongings," the sheriff replied calmly. "The rest can be arranged through your lawyer." Amelia pushed through the crowd, mascara already running. "You can't do this. Where are we supposed to go?" "Perhaps you should have thought about that," I said, stepping forward, "before you threw my things onto the lawn." The gathered crowd murmured. I recognised most of them. The same people who'd attended Dylan's funeral, who'd watched me stand alone while the Webbers held court. "You vindictive little—" Tessa started, but Paul grabbed her arm. "Don't make a scene," he hissed. "Not in front of everyone." "Oh, now you're worried about scenes?" I looked around at their guests. "Did any of you know they changed my locks 2 days after Dylan's funeral while I was visiting his grave?" More murmurs. Someone in the back actually gasped. "That's different," Tessa snapped. "We were protecting our son's assets." "Your son's assets?" Reggie stepped forward. "The same assets he legally transferred to Destiny months ago. The same assets you tried to steal?" The sheriff checked his watch. 53 minutes remaining. I suggest you focus on packing." What followed was better than any reality TV show. Tessa and Paul scrambled to pack essentials, while their brunch guests slowly retreated to their cars, phones already out, no doubt spreading the gossip. Amelia had a full meltdown on the front steps, screaming about family loyalty while clutching an armful of designer handbags. "This isn't over!" she shrieked as a deputy escorted her to her car. "You don't even know what he did before he died." I froze. "What did you say?" But she was already being guided away, still clutching her bags like life preservers. "Ma'am," the sheriff approached me, "we've cleared the property. Would you like to do a walkthrough?" I nodded, following him into the house I'd only visited as an outsider. The brunch setup was still there, champagne flutes half full, tiny sandwiches arranged on silver platters, flowers everywhere. "They even used his favourite caterer," Reggie said quietly. I walked through the rooms, taking in the family photos, where Dylan's smile never quite reached his eyes, the expensive furniture that had been deemed too good for me to sit on, the study where Paul had once told Dylan I wasn't Weber material. In the master bedroom, Tessa had left her jewellery box open, empty now, except for a single photo. I picked it up, Dylan as a child, before whatever happened to make him so wary of his own family. "We found this in the study," a deputy said, holding up a laptop. "They tried to take it, but since it wasn't on the essentials list, I took it," remembering Dylan's words, "Trust no one but Reggie." "Destiny," Natasha called from downstairs. "You need to see this." In the kitchen, she stood holding a prescription bottle she'd found in the trash. The label was partially scratched off, but the date was clear, 3 days before Dylan died. "This medication," she said slowly, "I don't think it was prescribed by his regular doctor. I pocketed the bottle, watching through the window as 3 cars pulled away from the house. Tessa, Paul and Amelia, driven from their kingdom by the very weapons they'd tried to use against me." "You think this is over?" Tessa had screamed from her car. "You have no idea what secrets you're playing with." Looking at the prescription bottle in my hand, I was starting to think she was right about that part. But I was about to find out. Back at my house, I sat at Dylan's desk, running my fingers along the smooth mahogany surface. How many nights had he spent here working late, planning things I never knew about? "Try the drawers again," Reggie suggested, pacing behind me. Dylan always had backup plans. I'd already searched them twice, but something made me check one more time. My hand brushed against something underneath the centre drawer, a small irregularity in the wood. Pressing it revealed a hidden compartment. "Clever boy," Reggie whispered, as I pulled out a flash drive marked simply for DW. My hands trembled as I plugged it into my laptop. A video file appeared, dated 1 month before Dylan's death. I clicked play. Dylan's face filled the screen, looking tired but determined. "Hey, baby. If you're watching this, then... well, I guess I was right to be paranoid." Natasha grabbed my hand as Dylan continued. "First thing, don't trust anyone in my family. Not Mom, not Dad, definitely not Amelia. The only person you can trust is Reggie. He knows everything." Reggie sat heavily in a nearby chair. I tried to tell him to go to the police. "There's a family foundation," Dylan continued. "Looks legitimate on paper, but it's hiding millions in questionable transactions. Dad's been using it to funnel money offshore for years. Amelia's been embezzling from it. She's desperate lately, gambling debts, I think. But that's not the worst part." He leaned closer to the camera. "Mom's been pushing me to see her specialist, Dr. Harrison. Says I'm showing the same symptoms Dad had years ago, but I did some digging. That doctor? He lost his license in 3 states. He's working under a different name now. And the medication they want me to take? It's not what they say it is." My hand went to the prescription bottle we'd found. Dylan rubbed his face in the video, looking exhausted. "I've transferred everything to you. The house, the company, even their precious estate. Reggie has all the account numbers and passwords. But be careful, baby. They'll come after you hard when they realise what I've done." Tears rolled down my cheeks as he managed a small smile. "Remember when we met? You told me you'd never let anyone push you around again after what happened with your ex. That's what I loved about you. That fire. You're going to need it now." The video ended. Natasha was already on her phone, typing frantically. "I'm looking up Dr. Harrison," she said. "If he lost his license, there'll be records." "I need to show you something else," Reggie said quietly, pulling out his phone. "Dylan sent me this text the night before he died." The message read, "Think Mom tampered with my meds. Getting dizzy like before. If anything happens to me, give Destiny everything." "Why didn't you tell me this before?" I demanded. "Because I couldn't prove it," Reggie replied. "And because you needed to grieve before you went to war." My phone buzzed. Gerard. "Got a hit on that foundation? You're going to want to see this." "Wait," Natasha interrupted, staring at her screen. "Dr. Harrison isn't just unlicensed. He was involved in a clinical trial scandal 5 years ago. Experimental treatments, falsified results. 3 patients died." "And Tessa sent Dylan to him anyway," I whispered. Another video file on the flash drive caught my eye. Watch last. Dylan appeared again, but this time he was in our bedroom, speaking quietly as if trying not to wake someone. "Baby, if you're seeing this one, it means things have gotten bad. I hired someone, a private investigator named Gideon. He's been watching the family, gathering evidence. His number's in Reggie's phone." He paused, looking over his shoulder before continuing. "There's something else. That night Mum came over, when I was first feeling sick, I set up a camera in the kitchen, checked the cloud folder marked security, and Destiny, whatever you find, make them pay for it." The video ended. Reggie was already dialing Gideon's number while Natasha pulled up Dylan's cloud storage. The kitchen footage loaded slowly. I watched as Tessa moved through our kitchen at night, opening cabinets, checking bottles. Then she pulled something from her purse, a small vial, and approached Dylan's water glass. "Got him?" Natasha breathed. Gideon? We need everything you have. Now! I sat back in Dylan's chair, my grief crystallizing into something harder, colder, more lethal. One more thing, Reggie said, pulling an envelope from his jacket. Dylan left this with me. Said not to give it to you until you knew everything. The envelope contained a single sheet of paper. As I read Dylan's final words to me, I felt something shift inside, the last piece of my old self falling away. They didn't just kill my husband, I said quietly. They killed the woman who would have shown them mercy. Natasha and Reggie exchanged looks. They knew, as I did, that this wasn't just about revenge anymore. This was about justice. The insurance office was exactly as depressing as I'd imagined. I sat across from a tired-looking agent, watching him type with painful slowness. Mrs. Webber, he droned, I'm not seeing any policy changes in our system. Check again, I said, sliding Dylan's letter across the desk. Policy number 847392, updated 3 weeks before his death. His fingers clacked on the keyboard. Oh my. His face went pale. This is highly irregular. What is? The policy was changed to list you as sole beneficiary, removing all family members, but... He squinted at the screen. There's a note here about suspected medical fraud. My phone buzzed. Gideon. Found the nanny, meeting in 20 at Joe's Diner. Thank you for your time, I said, standing. Please email all documentation to my lawyer. The diner was nearly empty when I arrived. A young woman sat in a corner booth, nervously shredding a napkin. Morgan, the former nanny. Thanks for meeting me, I said, sliding into the booth. I shouldn't be here, she whispered. They made me sign an NDA when they fired me. Because you saw something? She glanced around before leaning forward. I worked for Amelia, watching her daughter, but I spent a lot of time at the main house. Tessa. She had this routine with Paul. Every morning she'd give him his special vitamins. What kind of vitamins? That's just it. They weren't vitamins. One day I found the real bottle hidden in her bathroom. The label was in another language, but I took a picture. She pulled out her phone, hands shaking. 2 weeks later I was fired. They said I was stealing. The photo showed a small amber bottle. I sent it to Natasha immediately. Did Paul know what she was giving him? Morgan shook her head. He was always so tired, confused. Then when Dylan started showing the same symptoms, my phone buzzed again. Natasha. That medication was banned in the US 5 years ago. Known side effects, confusion, cardiac issues, stroke. One more thing, Morgan said, pulling something from her purse. I kept a diary of everything I saw. Names, dates, conversations. I thought maybe someday someone would need to know the truth. I took the notebook, its pages filled with detailed observations. Why are you helping me? Because Dylan was kind to me, she said simply. He tried to warn me before they fired me, said his mother had done this before. Back in my car, I called Gideon. I need you to check every pharmacy within 50 miles. Look for prescriptions under the name Harrison. Already did, he replied. Found something interesting. The doctor wrote prescriptions for both Paul and Dylan, but they were filled at different pharmacies. Same medication, different labels. And Tessa? She's been making weekly visits to a safety deposit box at First National. Want me to find out what's inside? No, I said, starting the car. I want to pay her a visit myself. I found Tessa at her country club, holding court with her remaining society friends. Her face froze when she saw me approach. Ladies, I said sweetly, would you mind if I borrowed my mother-in-law for a moment? We need to discuss her medication supply. The colour drained from her face. I don't know what you're... The banned ones, I continued. The ones you've been giving Paul for years. The same ones you started giving Dylan. Her friends scattered like startled birds. You can't prove anything, she hissed. Actually, I can. The nanny kept records. The pharmacies have documentation. And Dylan? I leaned closer. Dylan recorded everything. She grabbed my arm, nails digging in. You have no idea what you're dealing with. This family isn't your family anymore, I cut in. But don't worry. The police will be very interested in becoming better acquainted with all of you. Wait, she called as I turned to leave. I know things. Things about Dylan that would break your heart. We could make a deal. I looked back at her. This woman who'd poisoned her husband, killed her son, and tried to destroy me. The only deal you'll be making is with a prosecutor. My phone rang as I left the club. Gideon again. "You need to see this," he said. "I found something in Dylan's autopsy report. Traces of a substance that wasn't initially flagged. It's the same compound from that banned medication, but in lethal doses." I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white. Send everything to Gerard. Every document, every photo, every recording. Already done. But Destiny, there's something else. The medication. Someone had to have access to both Dylan's food and the drug. Someone who could monitor him daily, make sure the doses built up slowly. "I know," I said quietly. "And I know exactly who's going to pay for it first." The courthouse steps were crowded with reporters when I arrived. Gerard met me at the entrance, his signature red tie a splash of colour against the grey morning. "Ready?" he asked, adjusting his cufflinks. "Once we file these papers, there's no going back." I thought of Dylan's last video, of Morgan's diary, of the prescription bottles hidden in Tessa's trash. Do it. Inside, we filed 3 separate lawsuits: wrongful death, medical fraud, and embezzlement. By noon, every news outlet in the state had the story. Weber family, scandal, widow alleges, murder, fraud and cover-up. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Natasha sent updates from social media, where the story was spreading like wildfire. Reggie forwarded emails from shocked business partners. But the message that made me pause came from an unknown number. "Meet me at Dylan's grave, 3 p.m, come alone, T." "It's a trap," Natasha said when I called her. "She's desperate." "Good," I replied. "Desperate people make mistakes." The cemetery was quiet except for distant traffic. Tessa stood by Dylan's headstone, looking smaller somehow, less polished than usual. "Bold move, filing those lawsuits," she said as I approached. "Bolder still to come here alone." "I'm not alone," I nodded toward the tree line where Gideon's team was positioned with cameras. "And neither are you." She smiled thinly. "Always the clever one. That's why Dylan loved you. Too clever for your own good." "Like your son was?" "My son," she spat, "was weak, just like his father. Always wanting to do things the right way. Is that why you poisoned them both?" "Poisoned?" She laughed. "I protected them. Protected this family. Paul was going to expose everything, turn himself in. Dylan was going to do the same. I couldn't let that happen." "So you killed them? Your husband, your son?" "I saved this family!" she screamed, mask finally cracking. "Everything I did was to protect what we built." "What you stole," I corrected. "The foundation money, the fraudulent donations, the offshore accounts." She stepped closer, voice dropping to a whisper. "You want to know what Dylan really was? A coward. He knew about everything for years. The money, the medications, all of it. He could have stopped at any time, but he didn't. Because you threatened him. Because he was weak." She was shaking now. "Just like Paul became weak. Men always become weak, but not me. I kept us strong. I kept us rich. I kept us criminal." I pulled out my phone, showing her the recording app. "Thank you for the confession, by the way. The police will be very interested." Her face went from rage to terror in an instant. "You!" "Already sent to my lawyer," I said, as police cars appeared on the cemetery road. "Along with everything else. The prescription records, the banking documents, Morgan's diary." "That little bitch," Tessa snarled. "I knew we should have done more than fire her." "You did enough," I said as officers approached. "To her, to Paul, to Dylan, to everyone." Detective Roberts stepped forward, handcuffs ready. "Tessa Weber, you're under arrest for the murder of Dylan Weber and the attempted murder of Paul Weber." "You can't prove anything!" she shrieked as they led her away. "I'll destroy you! I'll—" "Save it for your cellmate," Roberts cut in. "We've got search warrants for all your properties and your safety deposit boxes." I watched them drive away, feeling nothing but a cold satisfaction. My phone buzzed. Reggie. "Just saw the news. Amelia's being arrested too. They found evidence of massive embezzlement from the foundation. She's already offering to testify against her mother." "Of course she is," I said, looking at Dylan's grave. "She always was a survivor." "Paul's awake," Reggie continued. "The doctors say now that he's off the medication. His mind is clearing. He's asking to talk to you." I touched Dylan's headstone one last time. "Tell him I'll see him tomorrow. Today I have one more thing to do." Back home, I opened Dylan's last letter again, the one he'd left with Reggie. Its final lines still hit like a punch. I'm sorry I didn't stop her sooner. Sorry I wasn't stronger. But I made sure you would have everything you need to finish what I couldn't. Make them pay, baby. Not just for me, but for everyone they've hurt. And when it's done, use what's left to build something better, something true. I picked up my phone and dialed Gerard's number. The police have Tessa and Amelia, I said. Time to release everything to the media. Every document, every recording, every dirty secret they tried to bury. Let the world see exactly who the Webbers really are. And the company? He asked. I looked at Dylan's photo on my desk. We're going to rebuild it, the right way this time, starting with a full audit and a new charitable foundation in Dylan's name. He'd be proud, Gerard said quietly. I know, I replied. That's why we're going to make it count. The hospital room was eerily quiet except for the steady beep of monitors. Paul lay propped up in bed, looking older and frailer than I'd ever seen him. His eyes, though, were clearer than they'd been in years. You look like him, he said as I sat down. Dylan, when he was determined about something. I brought the files you asked for, I said, placing a folder on his bed. Everything we found about the foundation, the medications, the offshore accounts. He opened the folder with trembling hands. She kept me drugged for 15 years. 15 years of my life. Just fog. Why are you willing to talk now? Because I failed him, Paul whispered. My son. I knew something was wrong when he started showing the same symptoms I had. But I was too confused, too weak. A nurse came in to check his vitals, giving me a moment to collect myself. Tessa's asking for a deal, I said, when we were alone again. Says she has information about Dylan that would break my heart. Paul laughed bitterly. Of course she does. She always kept files on everyone. Insurance, she called it. Where? Hidden safe in her art studio, behind the Monet reproduction. He looked at me directly. But whatever's in there, it won't change what Dylan did to protect you. My phone buzzed. Natasha. Tessa's lawyer trying to negotiate. Claims she has evidence that could compromise the case. She's bluffing, Paul said, reading my expression. She always bluffs when she's cornered. Maybe. I stood up. But I'm done playing her games. I drove straight to the Webber estate, my estate now, and headed for Tessa's studio. The Monet reproduction hung exactly where Paul said it would be. Need help? Reggie asked from the doorway, making me jump. How did you... Dylan told me about the safe years ago. He helped me move the painting, revealing a small wall safe. He said if anything ever happened to him, this is where the real dirt would be. The combination was easy, Dylan's birthday. Inside were dozens of files, USB drives, and a small red notebook. My God, Reggie breathed, flipping through documents. She has dirt on everyone. Judges, politicians, business partners. This isn't just insurance, I realised. This is how she controlled everything. My phone rang. Gerard. Tessa's lawyer is filing an emergency motion, says she has evidence that Dylan was involved in illegal activities before his death. Let her file, I said, holding up the red notebook. I just found her insurance policy. 2 hours later, I walked into the police station where they were holding Tessa. She sat across from me in the interview room, still managing to look regal in her orange jumpsuit. Come to make a deal? She asked smugly. I placed the red notebook on the table. Actually, I came to show you this. The colour drained from her face. Where did you... Amazing what you find when you own someone's house. I opened the notebook. Should we discuss the judge you blackmailed in 2019? Or maybe the bank president you threatened last year? You wouldn't dare. Release it all. I smiled. I already did. Every file, every secret, every piece of evidence is being sent to the FBI right now. Your insurance policy just became your prison sentence. She lunged across the table, but the guards were faster. As they restrained her, she screamed, He wasn't perfect either! Dylan had secrets too! I know, I said calmly. He told me everything before he died. The difference is, he was trying to make it right. Back in my car, I called Natasha. How bad is it? The FBI's already arrested 3 people named in her files. The media's having a field day. And Amelia? She's agreed to testify against her mother in exchange for a lighter sentence. And Paul? His doctors say he's improving daily now that he's off the medications. He's offered to testify too. I drove to Dylan's grave, the setting sun painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. A fresh bouquet of lilies lay against his headstone, not from Tessa this time, but from the employees at his company. Our company now. My phone buzzed one last time. Detective Roberts. Tessa's confessing. To everything. The murders, the fraud, all of it. It's over. But it wasn't over. Not really. Because Dylan had left me one last file. One I hadn't opened yet. One marked simply the truth. I sat by his grave, laptop open, cursor hovering over the file. Whatever secrets were inside, whatever final revelations waited, I knew they wouldn't change what needed to be done. I promised to make it count, I whispered to his headstone, and I will. I clicked play, ready for whatever truth he'd left me to find. Dylan's face appeared on my laptop screen, but this time he was smiling. Not the strained smile I'd seen in his last months, but the real one, the one that made me fall in love with him. "Hey, baby," he said. "If you're watching this, then everything worked exactly as planned. You found Tessa's safe, exposed her network, and probably made her confess in spectacular fashion." I touched the screen, tears falling. "See, here's what no one knew, not even Reggie. I'd been gathering evidence against Mum for years, the medications, the fraud, everything. But I knew if I went to the authorities while I was alive, she'd use her connections to bury it all. So I made a different choice." He leaned forward, eyes intense. "I knew what she was doing to me. The same thing she did to Dad. But instead of fighting it, I let her think she was winning. I documented everything, transferred everything to you, and made sure you'd have an army of allies when the time came." My phone buzzed. Natasha. "You need to see the news. Now." On another tab, I pulled up a live news broadcast. The FBI was raiding offices, leading people away in handcuffs. Judges, executives, politicians, Tessa's entire network crumbling in real time. "The hardest part," Dylan continued, "was knowing what it would do to you, watching me get sick, feeling helpless, but I knew you were stronger than anyone realised, strong enough to finish what I started." "You bastard," I whispered, laughing through tears. "You magnificent bastard. The company is yours now," he said, "clean, ready to be something better. And the foundation? I've left plans for that too. Real charitable work, not Mom's schemes. There's a folder on your desk labelled New Beginning. Everything you need is in there." A text from Gerard. "Paul's doctors cleared him to take the stand. His testimony will seal Tessa's fate." "One last thing," Dylan said. "In my closet, there's a blue box on the top shelf. I bought what's inside the day before everything started. I knew I wouldn't get to give it to you myself, but, well, maybe it can still mean something." I paused the video and ran upstairs. The box was exactly where he said, wrapped in blue velvet. Inside was a silver locket. When I opened it, a tiny note fell out. "For the woman who taught me that real strength isn't about power or money, it's about doing what's right, no matter the cost. Build something beautiful from all this. I love you. D." My phone rang. Reggie. "Did you see the news?" "I saw," I said, fastening the locket around my neck. "Did you know about his plan?" "Not all of it. He protected everyone, made sure none of us knew enough to be targets. But he knew you'd put it all together." I walked downstairs to Dylan's office, my office now. The folder labelled New Beginning sat on the desk, thick with papers. "The employees are asking what happens next," Reggie said. "The press wants statements. Everyone's waiting to see what you'll do." I opened the folder. Inside were detailed plans for transforming the company, establishing legitimate charitable programs, even creating a foundation to help victims of financial fraud. "Tell them," I said, "that we're going to build something true." That night I sat in our bedroom, just my bedroom now, watching the sunset paint the walls gold. My phone was quiet for the first time in weeks. Tessa was in custody, her network dismantled. Paul was healing, finally free from her poison. Amelia was facing her own demons in rehab. The locket felt warm against my skin as I opened my laptop one last time to finish Dylan's video. "I know you're probably angry with me," he said softly, "for not telling you, for letting it happen this way. But you once told me that sometimes the biggest act of love is protecting someone from having to make an impossible choice. So I made it for both of us." He smiled that real smile again. "You have everything you need now. The truth, the resources, the power to make real change. Use it well, baby. Make it count." The video ended. I closed the laptop and walked to the window, touching the locket. I will, I whispered to the setting sun. I promise. My phone buzzed one last time. A message from an unknown number. I opened it to find a photo. The new company sign being installed, reading Weber Summers Foundation, Building Truth from Justice. Below it was a simple message from Reggie. Ready when you are, boss. I smiled, feeling lighter than I had in weeks. Dylan was right. Revenge hadn't brought closure, but justice had given me something better. It had given me purpose.
My name is Mary, and for nearly 8 decades, I've been the steadfast cornerstone of my household, dedicating my life to nurturing and maintaining its warmth and comfort as a devoted housewife. Throughout the years, my husband David and I have sought solace in the simple pleasures of life, cherishing moments of respite away from the chaotic hustle and bustle of city living. Our son, Charles, embarked on his own journey of matrimony 4 years ago, exchanging vows with the charming Lisa and subsequently relocating to her hometown. This significant milestone in Charles's life marked a new chapter for our family, one that promised both joy and inevitable adjustments. Little did we anticipate the complexities that would emerge in the wake of this union. As David and I sat down to discuss our retirement plans, our tranquil reverie was interrupted by an unexpected message from Charles. His request to visit us for a week, though seemingly innocuous, sparked a whirlwind of apprehension within us. You see, Charles's visits had become infrequent, and the strained dynamics between our families cast a shadow over his sudden desire to reconnect. The tension, it seemed, stemmed not from the conventional trope of a meddling mother-in-law, but rather from the subtle nuances of discomfort perpetuated by Lisa herself. Her demeanor often veered towards coldness, and her words carried an underlying weight that left us uneasy. The thought of navigating these unspoken tensions during Charles and Lisa's impending visit filled me with a sense of trepidation. When the day of their arrival finally came, the air was thick with anticipation, and exchanges were kept to a minimum. It was evident that a weighty conversation loomed on the horizon, and as Charles began to speak, I braced myself for the revelation that would follow. What unfolded before us was a tale of unforeseen challenges and unexpected decisions. Charles confessed to the precarious financial situation plaguing his employment and expressed his desire to forge a new path in life. His words hung in the air, heavy with implications that hinted at a deeper rift within his own household. As I listened to Charles's account, I couldn't help but reflect on the choices that had led him to this juncture. His decision to distance himself from us post-marriage suddenly made sense, as did his longing for refuge in Lisa's hometown. Yet beneath the surface, I sensed a narrative of familial discord and emotional strain that transcended geographical boundaries. In the midst of Charles's confession, Lisa's voice chimed in, offering a perspective that shed light on the complexities of her own struggles. Her candid admission of tension within her family dynamics struck a chord within me, reminding me of the delicate balance we all strive to maintain in our relationships. David and I had envisioned our twilight years as a time of serenity and tranquility, a period marked by the simple pleasures of life. Our recently renovated home, a labor of love, stood as a testament to our aspirations for a peaceful existence. Yet, as we confronted the realities of Charles and Lisa's plight, it became increasingly clear that our capacity to provide support, both physically and emotionally, was reaching its limits. In the end, as we grappled with the weight of Charles and Lisa's revelations, one truth remained steadfast. The bonds of family, though tested and strained, endure through the trials of life. And as we navigated the uncertain terrain of the days ahead, we did so with the understanding that love, in all its complexity, is the guiding force that binds us together, now and always. Taking deep breaths to steady myself, I endeavored to articulate our sentiments to Charles and Lisa. "We truly appreciate your enthusiasm for a renovated home," Lisa began, "but the truth is, we're genuinely looking forward to enjoying it ourselves." Despite our attempts to convey our reservations, they seemed adamant about their decision to move in with us, brushing aside our concerns with reassurances. Anxiety gnawed at me as I contemplated the impending prospect of cohabitation. "Isn't next week too sudden?" I voiced my apprehensions, hoping to prompt a reconsideration of their plans. David echoed my sentiments, expressing similar worries about the abruptness of their decision and the need to consider Lisa's parents and our own preparations. Yet, despite our reservations, the young couple remained unwavering in their assurances. "It's okay, don't worry about it," they chimed repeatedly, as if to quell our unease. A week later, they made themselves at home in our midst, only to retreat to their previous residence shortly afterward. The strain of supporting them financially, coupled with the realization that Lisa may have ulterior motives, weighed heavily on our minds. "We have our limits," David remarked, his voice tinged with concern. "We can barely manage our mortgage payments as it is. The thought of shouldering the burden of supporting both of them is simply too much, especially considering Lisa's apparent intentions." "I completely agree," I concurred, feeling a pang of disappointment at the turn of events. "We can't allow ourselves to be taken advantage of. We need to assert our boundaries and make it clear that this living arrangement is untenable." As we contemplated our future, the prospect of upheaval loomed large in our minds. "Every aspect seems to require preparation and adjustment," I mused aloud, feeling a sense of unease at the thought of our peaceful existence being disrupted. The following day, I mustered the courage to call Charles, hoping to convey our reluctance to continue with their living arrangement. "Living together is just too hard for us," I explained apologetically. "Your father feels the same way. We hope you understand, and perhaps it's time for you two to find a new path forward." I had hoped that my words would resonate with him, but his response left us stunned. "Actually," he began, his tone betraying a sense of determination, "I've already made the necessary arrangements to move in tomorrow." Despite our protests, it seemed Charles and Lisa were resolute in their decision. The next day, as the sound of a moving truck echoed through our neighborhood, we watched in resignation as they stepped into our living room, seemingly oblivious to our concerns. "Hello!" Lisa exclaimed cheerfully, her enthusiasm palpable despite the exhaustion of their journey. "We've finally arrived and I could really use a cup of coffee, Mary. Would you mind making one for me?" As I stood there, grappling with a mixture of frustration and resignation, I couldn't help but wonder how this first interaction would shape our future together. With a genuine eagerness to accommodate, I responded enthusiastically to Lisa's request. "The kitchen is just through here," I offered, gesturing towards the back room. "I'll show you where everything is and how to use it. That way, you can whip up anything you like whenever the mood strikes." As I led Lisa towards the kitchen, her expression soured, and she clicked her tongue disapprovingly before speaking. "Why are you being so cold?" she questioned, her tone laden with accusation. "We've seriously considered our future, even proposed living together. I never imagined I'd have to prepare a simple cup of coffee myself." Her sudden remark caught me off guard, and I struggled to conceal my surprise. It seemed her words belied a lack of appreciation for our hospitality, and her demeanor remained unchanged as she continued. "Living in this house means we can save a lot on expenses, right? Plus, there's the possibility of inheritance in the future. I never imagined we'd be so fortunate." Lisa made no effort to contribute to household chores or laundry, instead opting to criticize me with each glance. Her casual mention of inheritance struck a discordant note, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease at her lack of tact. It appeared that Charles was aware of her attitude, yet remained silent on the matter. Meanwhile, David, having retired, spent most weekdays away from home for a new job, unaware of the dynamics unfolding in his absence. Concerned by my growing fatigue and the strain of managing household responsibilities, he approached me with genuine care. "Mary, I'm genuinely concerned about you," he expressed, his voice tinged with worry. "If things become overwhelming, let's work together to find a solution." His words always had a calming effect on me, yet Lisa's behavior continued to unsettle me. Her mention of inheritance had sparked a realization within me living with her would prove to be a challenge, not just due to her blunt remarks, but due to a deeper underlying tension that I couldn't quite place. Despite Lisa's watchful gaze and subtle attempts to isolate me from Charles, I seized every opportunity to communicate directly with him. "If it's shopping, Charles and I can go," I suggested, hoping for a moment of privacy. "Just let us know what you need, and we'll take care of everything. And, of course, We'll handle the expenses." As I watched Charles's reaction, I couldn't shake the feeling of apprehension that lingered within me. It seemed that beneath the surface of our seemingly harmonious family dynamic, tensions simmered, threatening to disrupt the fragile balance we had sought to maintain. I harbored a genuine hope that through open communication with Charles, Lisa's demeanor might soften, if only slightly. It had been 8 months since we began cohabiting, and during this time, Charles appeared to lack urgency in seeking employment, preferring to lounge around the house. "It's time to start considering finding a job," I gently suggested one day, my concern growing with each passing moment. "Relying solely on us won't be sustainable in the long run. You should think about supporting yourself." Despite my attempts at diplomacy, Charles and Lisa seemed oblivious to the strain their inertia placed on our lives. Each day of their inaction heightened my disappointment and frustration. We found ourselves dipping into our retirement savings, despite still carrying a mortgage on our newly renovated home. It appeared as though Charles remained indifferent to our predicament. As the weight of our circumstances bore down on me, I realized I could no longer endure in silence. I confided in David, who had already sensed my growing discontent. "Mary, it's time to stop enduring," he advised, his concern palpable. "I plan to have a candid conversation with Charles tomorrow." After discussing our approach, we decided to address the issue as a family the following evening. Though I braced myself for Lisa's potential objections, a sense of resolution settled within me at the thought of finally confronting our situation. As night fell and the family gathered around the table, David attempted to broach the topic, but Lisa interrupted, requesting a moment to speak. Standing before us, she declared, "Throughout our time here, we've had many feelings. We believe this wonderful house isn't suitable for the two of you." Charles agrees. Her words hung in the air, laden with an unexpected directive. It dawned on me that Lisa intended to invite her own parents to reside in our renovated home. An atmosphere of tension filled the room as I struggled to comprehend the gravity of her proposal. "Are you truly serious?" I questioned, my voice trembling with a mix of shock and confusion. But Lisa remained unfazed, her demeanor haughty as she dismissed our concerns. "We believe you should be grateful for living with us," she retorted, her tone condescending. Stunned into silence, David and I exchanged glances, grappling with the weight of Lisa's audacious request. Eventually, David composed himself enough to address Charles, his tone firm yet measured. "Charles, do you understand the implications of this decision?" he inquired, seeking clarity amidst the swirling chaos of emotions. "What do you make of all this?" David's earnest inquiry hung in the air, prompting us to await Charles's response with bated breath. Lisa's audacious demand for us to vacate our own home left us reeling, desperately seeking insight or validation in Charles's words. As Charles pondered his response, a flicker of contemplation crossed his features. Upon reflection, he began tentatively, "There might be some merit to what Lisa is suggesting. Losing my job has been regrettable, and Lisa has been holding down the fort admirably. Perhaps it's time for you, Mom and Dad, to embark on a fresh start elsewhere." His words, though unexpected, struck a chord within us, sparking a moment of silent understanding. It was a realization that had been simmering beneath the surface as we grappled with the changing dynamics of our relationship with Charles. He was our cherished only child, and while we had never intended to coddle him excessively, his union with Lisa seemed to have altered his outlook drastically. As we exchanged glances, a tacit agreement passed between us, acknowledging the need for a new chapter. Yet, amidst our contemplation, Lisa interjected with a sharp retort. "Why rely on silent communication?" she challenged, her tone laced with disdain. "If you have time for that, you should be packing your bags and leaving this house." Though her words stung with anger and confusion, I maintained a composed demeanor, offering a calm smile in response. "Understood," I replied evenly. "We won't intrude any further. Whatever unfolds from now on, please don't involve us." Even as I spoke these words, I felt a sense of liberation wash over me. It was a declaration of independence from the tumultuous circumstances that had engulfed us, a resolve to chart our own path forward. And though Lisa's face lit up with satisfaction, I couldn't shake the lingering doubts that gnawed at my heart. As the day of departure loomed, I found myself grappling with a mixture of emotions. On one hand, there was a palpable sense of relief at the prospect of escaping Lisa's oppressive presence. Yet beneath the surface there lingered a nagging uncertainty about the future that awaited us. As David busied himself with preparations for our move, his enthusiasm for the prospect of a new beginning was palpable. "We'll turn this into an adventure," he declared optimistically, his eyes alight with excitement as he sifted through our belongings. And though we had yet to settle on our next destination, I couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope amidst the uncertainty. It was a reminder that even in the face of adversity, there was always the potential for renewal and growth. And as we embarked on this new chapter, I resolved to face whatever challenges lay ahead with courage and determination. Trusting in David's guidance, we embarked on a journey filled with uncertainty, packing only the essentials as we bid farewell to our home. Deep down, I harbored a faint hope that Charles would intervene at the 11th hour, but his silent acquiescence, coupled with Lisa's smile, spoke volumes. The fragility of family bonds weighed heavily on my mind during our journey, yet strangely, I felt a sense of liberation and clarity. Perhaps it was the relief of escaping Lisa's domineering presence that lifted my spirits. As the landscape outside our window shifted, David revealed his surprise. "We're almost there," he announced, his tone tinged with excitement. Puzzled, I inquired about our destination, only to learn that he had secured a room in a luxury condominium, meticulously tailored to our preferences. Located on the second floor to accommodate my fear of heights, the apartment boasted amenities beyond our wildest dreams: a dedicated reading space, a well-equipped gym, and a serene communal bath. It was a far cry from our previous abode, and I couldn't help but express my gratitude. "I never imagined we'd live somewhere like this," I marveled, my disbelief evident. David's reply was tinged with warmth as he revealed the extent of his planning. "It ensures our peace of mind in our old age," he affirmed, his smile reflecting a sense of contentment. Despite the challenges ahead, David's optimistic spirit buoyed our resolve as we tackled the tasks of settling into our new home. The following day, we navigated the bureaucratic maze of real estate procedures, selling our old house and settling our mortgage with our savings. With the weight of financial burdens lifted, we found ourselves feeling lighter, our hearts brimming with newfound hope. Meanwhile, Charles and Lisa embarked on their own journey, embracing their new family structure with Lisa's parents by their side. As we heard snippets of their newfound contentment, I couldn't help but envision the joy they must be experiencing in their fresh start. However, amidst the flurry of change, a call from Lisa unexpectedly pierced the tranquility, signaling a potential shift in our intertwined destinies. "Hello, Mary. It's Lisa. Have you settled into your new home yet? You're not living in a park, are you? If something were to happen to you, please don't rely on us. It would be troublesome." Lisa's voice, filled with concern or perhaps something else, echoed through the phone. Despite her attempt at casual conversation, tension hung in the air as I grappled with my emotions. "Speaking of parks, our new home overlooks a beautiful park," I responded, my tone cautious. "But, Lisa, there may come a time when you have to face reality." I didn't intend for our conversation to escalate into a heated exchange, but overwhelmed by my emotions, I couldn't help but hint at the underlying tensions. "Mary, have you gone mad?" Lisa retorted, her voice tinged with annoyance. "No need to worry. Charles and I are living very happily. Goodbye." With that, she abruptly ended the call, leaving me to ponder the implications of our conversation. Lisa's obliviousness to the deeper meaning behind my words only served to exacerbate my frustration. For days afterward, the encounter replayed in my mind, each time stoking the embers of resentment towards Lisa's attitude. Despite my lingering animosity, a part of me couldn't help but anticipate the challenges they might face in the future. A few days later, as if on cue, we received a call from the real estate agent handling the sale of our old house. David and I shared a knowing glance, our excitement palpable. However, our jubilation was short-lived, as an urgent call from Charles disrupted the tranquility. His voice, fraught with anger and frustration, accused us of neglecting to inform them of the impending sale. Why didn't you tell us about this? We didn't hear anything about selling the house. Now we're suddenly receiving an eviction notice from the realtor. Charles's accusations cut through the air, revealing his inner turmoil. It was the opportunity we had been waiting for, the chance to assert our stance. Calmly, David began to address Charles's accusations, unraveling the complexities of the situation. "Charles, I understand your frustration," David began, his voice steady. "But it's not as simple as you think. Ideally, you should have contributed to paying off the mortgage on that house." As Charles's shock and disappointment became apparent, I couldn't help but notice a shift in his demeanor. The confident facade he once wore seemed to crumble, replaced by a vulnerability that hinted at a deeper conflict within him. In this moment, I whispered to David, I struggled to see him as Charles, the son we raised with love. It was a revelation that struck us deeply. Perhaps our true family now comprised only the three of us, stripped of wealth and resources. David's suggestion hinted at the possibility that all four of them were, in fact, penniless. Our investigations uncovered a troubling truth. Since they began living together, they had succumbed to the allure of gambling, plunging into a vortex of debt. Day after day, they became ensnared by the seductive pull of gambling. The men abandoned their jobs, while the women neglected their household responsibilities. Their lives revolved around the thrill of gambling, oblivious to the mounting consequences. "Why are you prying into our financial affairs?" Lisa's voice, laced with hostility, pierced through the phone line, directed at us. Her aggression was palpable, leaving us taken aback by her confrontational demeanor. Gathering my composure, I addressed Lisa calmly but firmly. "Your arrogance is truly astonishing," I replied. "It's time for all of you to consider your next move. The new tenants are set to move in within days, so you should start looking for alternative accommodations." Lisa's response lacked remorse or introspection. There was no hint of regret in her words, only defiance. As the gravity of the situation sank in, it became clear that any hope for reconciliation had faded. Moreover, I felt compelled to convey a warning regarding the impending tenants of our former home. The man who had agreed to purchase the house had a formidable appearance, which might evoke fear upon first interaction. However, despite his intimidating demeanor, he had shown understanding and kindness. Understanding our urgency, Lisa reluctantly acquiesced, acknowledging the need to vacate the premises promptly. However, she pleaded for more time to secure alternative housing arrangements. "We'll leave as soon as possible," Lisa conceded, her tone tinged with resignation. "But finding a new place may take some time. Can't we be granted a little more time?" Their plea for an extension tugged at my heartstrings, but given the circumstances, concessions were impossible. The impending danger and uncertainty demanded swift action, leaving little room for leniency. As I listened to Lisa's voice over the phone, a twinge of sarcasm crept into my smile. Her anxious tone betrayed the urgency of the situation, and I couldn't resist a slightly sardonic response. "You don't have much time left," I remarked dryly, offering one last piece of advice before bidding her farewell. "So choose your actions wisely. Goodbye." As I ended the call, a sense of relief flooded over me, washing away the tension that had gripped me. It was as if a weight had been lifted from my shoulders, leaving me with a feeling of newfound liberation. Later, through hearsay and gossip, I learned that the four of them had swiftly and diligently tidied up their living quarters before vacating the premises. The news brought a chuckle to my lips. It seemed they, too, had felt the urgency of the situation. Although I received no direct communication from them, I gathered from a reliable source that they had downsized to a cramped 180-square-foot studio apartment. The thought of all four of them squeezed into such a tiny space piqued my curiosity. Perhaps amidst their financial woes, they were caught up in the relentless cycle of repaying debts, leading busy lives that left little time for leisure or comfort. It was almost poetic justice, I mused as I contemplated their plight. After all the twists and turns, it appeared that they were reaping the consequences of their actions. Meanwhile, David and I were on the cusp of embarking on a new chapter in our lives. In our cozy new condo, nestled in a vibrant neighborhood, we envisioned days filled with peace and contentment. Finally, we would have the opportunity to enjoy each other's company without the distractions and dramas that had plagued us in the past. As we looked ahead to our future together, we embraced the promise of tranquil and fulfilling days ahead, just the two of us, in our little haven of happiness.
Hello, my name is Karen, and I'm a 58-year-old woman. My husband passed away about 7 years ago, but I still work. I have 3 children. 3 live in different states across the country, each with their own families. I'm very lucky to have such a big family. One of my children, Zachary, still lives in our hometown. He met his wife, Sarah, at the local community college. I liked her, and though I didn't think my opinion was very important, I was happy if Zachary was happy. They got married quickly and continued their education in their chosen fields. After getting good jobs and saving some money, they decided to have a child. I was thrilled to have another grandchild to spoil, but Sarah was particular about when I could visit and for how long. This was understandable in William's first year, but it seemed strange even when he was 6. However, I accepted it because every family is different. Before I knew it, 14 years had passed, and because I wasn't allowed much time with William, we didn't form a strong bond. We both loved books, so I always brought him some when I visited. One day, while I was at work, William called me, which was unusual since we rarely talked outside of family gatherings. I tried to connect with him as I had with my other grandchildren, but he always seemed distant. "Grandma, are you free to talk?" "Yes, honey, anytime for you." "Is everything okay?" "No, why are you crying? Did you get hurt? Is there anyone at home who can help you?" "Mom and Dad are here, but do you need me to call them for you?" "No, I called you because I need your help." "What can I help you with, dear?" "I need you to save me, Grandma." "William, what do you mean?" "Don't laugh. I'm sorry, Grandma." "That wasn't what I was expecting to say. I'm not joking. If you can't help me, I'll find another way." "No, wait. I'm sorry for laughing. Now, can you explain what you mean by save me?" "I need you to save me from my devil mother." "Devil mother? What do you mean?" "She's not as sweet and nice as she seems. She is really mean to me when no one's around." "Oh no, I hear someone coming. I have to go. Please don't tell them I called." "Bye." I was confused and worried. As far as I knew, Sarah was very kind. How could William say she was a devil? I didn't believe him at first because it seemed like he might be upset with Sarah for possibly punishing him. Both Sarah and Zachary had told me William was quite a tricky child. But something inside me felt that William was serious. When I got home, I couldn't stop thinking about the call. It was strange for William to do that. I thought about it for a few days but still felt uneasy. So I decided to buy a hidden camera. I felt bad for spying on my son and his family, but I told myself I was doing it because William asked for help. If nothing was wrong, I could just take the camera back. But if something was wrong, I'd need to act. I hoped a serious talk would fix any issues. The camera arrived in a few days. Once I set it up, I could watch live and recorded footage on my phone, which was very handy. After getting everything ready and learning how to use the camera, I decided to call my son and ask if I could visit. "Hello, sweetie. How's everything?" "Everything's great, Mom. What about you?" "It's the usual, but I was wondering if I could come over sometime." "Of course, Mom. Is everything okay?" "Yes, I was just thinking we haven't seen each other in a while. Maybe I could visit your place one day?" "Sure, Mom. How about this Sunday?" "That works. But should I check with Sarah first? I remember not liking it when your dad made plans without asking me." "I know Sarah would be happy to have you over." "Don't worry, Mom." "All right then, I'll be there around 7 o'clock." "That works. See you soon. Take care." Even though I had another reason for visiting, I was still excited to spend time with my son. I rarely saw my other children except during the holidays, so it was nice having one living in the same town. The weekend came quickly. I got ready early, went to the grocery store, and picked up a nice bottle of wine and some books for William since he loved reading. When I arrived, they all welcomed me warmly. William looked so relieved to see me, it made me worry again. He hadn't tried to contact me since our first phone call, so I didn't know what was on his mind. I spent the next few hours chatting with Zachary and Sarah. We had dinner and drank the wine. Eventually, William went to his room, since we were talking about things that probably didn't interest him. I excused myself to go talk to him. Sarah seemed a bit hesitant, but I insisted since it had been a while since I visited, and I wanted to spend time with my grandson. Zachary told Sarah to let me go and talk to William. When I entered his room, I closed the door behind me and handed him the books I had bought. We talked about the books for a while because he seemed really excited. I didn't bring up what he had mentioned earlier because I wanted him to start that conversation. Later, we talked about other things like what was happening in our lives. At one point, while he was telling me about his school, he wrote something in his notebook and showed it to me. It said, "Mom's listening, can't talk about anything." I wasn't sure if he was serious or just worried, but I went along with it. We kept talking, and I wrote in the notebook that I had brought a hidden camera with me, and asked if I could put it in his room. He looked worried, but agreed quickly. Hidden camera. I found a good spot in the room to place the camera where it could see well. I set it up, started recording, and checked my phone to make sure it was working. I stayed with William a bit longer until I told him it was getting late and I needed to go. I left my scarf behind on purpose so I would have a reason to return. After I said that, I heard quick footsteps moving away from the door, which made me wonder if William was really in trouble. I didn't think much about it at that moment and hugged William goodbye. I went downstairs, said goodbye to Zachary and Sarah, and left. Back home. I was tired that night but checked the camera when I got home. I stayed up for an hour to read and kept an eye on the footage. The only thing that happened was my son walking into William's room and asking what we had talked about. William told him. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning, I was in a hurry and didn't check the cameras. I only looked at the footage after I knew William would be back from school. Again, not much happened, and I started to wonder if William might have been making it up. I decided to wait one more day, and if I didn't see anything suspicious, I planned to visit when Zachary and Sarah weren't home and ask William to return the camera. However, that night, as I watched the footage while reading, I discovered what William had been trying to tell me. I saw Sarah enter his room with a stick, followed by Zachary. I quickly unmuted the video. I listened as Sarah asked William to recount his entire day in great detail. Every time he hesitated or stuttered, she would sharply question if he was lying. If she thought he was lying, she would make him hold out his hands and hit his knuckles 2 or 4 times. I watched in horror as she hit him more and more often. William was crying, and Zachary just stood there watching. I was shocked and upset by what I saw. I had always raised my kids gently. I believe that children are smarter than we think, and they understand when things are explained to them. I couldn't understand why Zachary was just watching and letting his son be hurt over something so trivial. I wanted to rush over there and stop them, but what could I say? They would find it strange that I returned just a day after my last visit. I remembered leaving my scarf there, which I could have used as an excuse to see William again. So I picked up my phone and called Zachary. "Hey, Mom, is everything okay?" "Yes, no worries. I hope I'm not bothering you." "No, Sarah and I were just putting William to bed." "Oh, okay. I just wanted to say I think I left my scarf in William's room last night. I set it down and then forgot it. Do you think I could come by tomorrow to pick it up? Why don't I bring it over to you right now?" "No, I'm too tired, and I'll probably fall asleep before you get here. I had a long day at work and can barely hold up the phone." "All right then, why don't you come by in the evening?" "I can't come then. I'm meeting some friends for game night tomorrow." "Well, Sarah, and I won't be back until the evening. Why don't you come the day after? I need the scarf for tomorrow. We're having a get-together." "You could come in the afternoon. William will be home." "Oh, lovely. I'll be there around 4. Good night." My heart raced as I made up excuses on the spot. At least my call had distracted Zachary and Sarah enough for them to stop focusing on William. But before they left William's room, Sarah said that William wouldn't get any dinner or any other meals until dinner the next day. I was shocked. The next day, I took off from work and prepared myself to talk to William. I was sure he wouldn't want to continue living there, but I needed to hear it from him. Before going to Zachary's house, I picked up some food for both of us. When I got there, William looked like he was about to faint. He seemed weak and hungry. Sarah really had not let him eat. I quickly gave him the food, and he ate it hungrily. I felt very sorry for him and wanted to help him. After he finished eating, I spoke to him. "Did you see everything that happened?" "Yes, darling, and I'm so sorry for laughing at you before. I had no idea." "It's okay. Mom seems so nice, but has she always been like this?" "The beating only started recently, but she's been starving me for a while." "Why isn't Zachary doing anything?" "He's too scared of Mom. He just follows her and does whatever she says. She always gets her way." "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry you've been going through this. But why didn't you eat at school?" "Mom doesn't send me to school on the days she doesn't let me eat. I stay home. She checks how much food we have in the house. If even 1 gram of food is missing when she gets back, I get punished more. So she's starving you and messing up your schooling. I'm going to do my best to help you, okay? I need you to tell me right now if you want to come live with me. I'll take care of everything you need and keep you away from Mom and Dad." "Of course, Grandma. Anywhere away from here will be great. I promise to be good. Just please take me away from here." "I promise I will, darling, but it will take some time. Do you think you can handle staying here a little while longer?" "Yeah, I can. I've been living here for 14 years, so I can wait a bit more." I carefully removed all the wrappers and made sure there was no trace of food. I didn't want Sarah to make things worse for William. I helped William clean up any crumbs and double-checked to make sure we left the place just as it had been. I went back home and called Zachary to let him know I had gotten my scarf back and thanked him for being cooperative. Next, I contacted a friend who works in family law. I explained my situation, and he said that fighting for custody of William would be hard and long. He also told me that even if I got custody, it might be temporary, and Sarah could change her behavior and regain custody. I knew going to court might not work in my favor with the little evidence I had, but I did have one plan. I could use the evidence to get her to make me William's legal guardian. Sarah works as a counselor at a middle school, and I was sure she wouldn't want her abusing her child to become known and risk her job and future opportunities. I kept a close watch on the footage over the next few days as I gathered all my evidence and prepared the paperwork for a transfer of guardianship. I waited until the weekend to visit Zachary's unannounced. When Zachary opened the door, he looked surprised. "Mom, what are you doing here? I need to talk to you and Sarah." I don't think now's a good time." "Why? What's going on?" "Just family stuff." "Hold on, how come you're over so frequently? Can't I visit my son?" "I didn't think I needed special permission to do that." "I didn't mean it like that, but it's just unusual. You don't usually come by so often, and this week it's been frequent, which is strange since you rarely ever drop by before." "It's not really strange. I only came over today because I have something seriously important that I need to discuss with both of you." "What's that sound?" I had my suspicions about Sarah's behavior towards William because of how evasive Zachary had been acting. But when I suddenly heard what sounded like loud crying coming from William's room, I knew I had to act. There was no way I could just stand by when I was right there and could do something. I quickly moved past Zachary, with more of a speed walk than a run due to my age, and burst into William's room. There, I saw William sobbing, clutching his face, while Sarah stood over him, breathing heavily, her face twisted with malice. The sight made me shiver. I rushed to William's side and asked him if he was all right. He just hugged me tightly, crying into my shoulder. while Sarah huffed and stormed out of the room. Once William calmed down a little, I took a good look at him. His cheek was red and swelling, his knuckles were bleeding, and there were welts on his arms, all evidence of being hit with a stick. I felt a rage like never before. What kind of monster would need to hit a child so hard? No matter what he did, nothing justified that level of harshness. I went downstairs to the kitchen, grabbed a bag of frozen vegetables, and went back up to William so he could use it to help reduce the swelling on his cheeks. Once I made sure he was somewhat okay, I told him that we would be leaving for my place immediately and asked him to pack as many of his belongings as he could. Then I walked back down to confront both Sarah and Zachary. Sarah looked furious, and Zachary seemed like he wanted to be anywhere but there. "How dare you just barge into our home like that?" Sarah challenged. "Isn't it a good thing that I did? You are hitting your child, for crying out loud," I countered, my voice firm. "What I do in my family is none of your business," she snapped back. "Your child is my grandson, and he is a part of my family too. You're hurting him, and I can't let that go on," I asserted, standing my ground. "He may be your grandson, but you don't live with him. You don't know how he behaves. I'm just disciplining him." Sarah defended her actions, but her justification fell flat. "It doesn't matter if he's being difficult, he's a child, and there are so many other ways to handle discipline other than hitting. You, of all people, should understand that," I insisted, my voice laced with both anger and disappointment. "I don't believe in any of that gentle parenting stuff. Leave me and my family alone, got it? I'm afraid I can't do that." "What do you mean?" I handed Sarah the papers she needed to sign to transfer guardianship rights to me. Both she and Zachary stared at the paper for a long time before looking up at me, confused. I explained that they both needed to sign the papers, or I would show the proof I had of them hitting William. "What do you mean by proof?" "I set up a hidden camera in William's room last week. I have all the proof I need. Neither of your jobs would be okay with what you've been doing, especially yours, Sarah. If you want to keep earning money, I suggest you sign the papers." "You were spying on us. That's a huge invasion of our privacy. Don't get me wrong, but I was only acting based on what I knew. I needed to make sure William was okay." "Mom, don't do this to us. Give us another chance. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again." "I don't want to hear it. I'm very disappointed in you, Zachary. I raised you to be better than this. You're just as bad as Sarah, if not worse. I'm taking William with me, and I expect the papers to be signed. If you don't, you know what will happen." I knew they didn't want to risk their jobs, so they didn't fight back when William and I left. I took William out for dinner and ice cream and did my best to comfort him. I provided him with a safe place to express his feelings and just be himself without fear. In the weeks that followed, I was granted legal guardianship of William. Sarah and Zachary said they planned to move to a different state and didn't want to disrupt William's schooling as a reason for the guardianship transfer. They did end up moving, which was a big relief for me. William is doing much better now and seems a lot happier. Knowing he won't see his parents for a long time has helped him feel safer. He's one of the kindest and sweetest kids I know. He thanks me every day for what I did for him, and I intend to keep my promise to always protect him for the rest of my life. Thank you for listening. I'm looking forward to having a blast on a getaway with my friends, all thanks to your credit card. Suddenly, James called me. Lately, he's been returning home late, sneaking conversations on the phone with Sandra, and acting nervous around our place. It made me wonder if he had been planning something secretive all this time. I had my suspicions that James and Sandra were up to something together. Fortunately, I was ready for whatever they had planned. Maybe I should act shocked about it. "What do you mean by yours?" I asked, needing an explanation. I was already aware that James had plans to leave for a trip today. To be honest, I find it astonishing. If he thinks he can deceive me, I wish he had thought his plan through more carefully. I've been patient with everything up until now. However, today, I can't help but feel the need to seek revenge. I've always had a plan for revenge up my sleeve. It's high time we stand up to James and his sister after all the patience we've shown. I believe that by the end of today, things will start to make sense. I hope they enjoy their trip, not knowing that I have someone on the inside working with me. My name is Kelly Brooke, and I'm 36 years old, living in a house with my husband James. I jumped straight into work right after finishing high school. Thanks to some experience and a recommendation from my boss, I've earned several certifications. In my company, these certifications and a solid track record mean a lot. At about 23, I was promoted to a lead position, which was quite an achievement as I was the youngest to ever do so in my company. Even though it's just a leadership role, it's a big deal to me. I always had this quiet goal of climbing up the corporate ladder, aiming to become at least a department head someday. As time went by, the company welcomed some fresh faces, including James. Even though I'm younger than him, I held a higher position at work. My job was to train James along with 3 other newcomers, making it 3 trainees in total. Hey Kelly, we're about the same age, aren't we? And you're already a supervisor? That's amazing, James remarked, showing his surprise. Yeah, I might be a year or so younger. I've been working here since I decided to leave high school early. It's given me a lot of experience, I explained. James seemed impressed by my early career focus. He would often praise me during those days. Eventually, James began to show interest in me, and although I was hesitant at first, I found myself falling for him over time. Our relationship followed a familiar path, going out for meals, taking drives together, and eventually, we decided to move in together. Living with James, I started noticing his less meticulous habits. I thought it might be his way of showing trust, being his authentic self with me, so I tried not to let it bother me too much. After some time, James proposed and I accepted. We then sat down to talk about our future together. I'd love for you to be a stay-at-home wife, James suggested. I'll work and make money, and you can look after the house. It's the ideal setup. I also want us to start a family soon, buy our own home, and plan our wedding. I'm thinking wedding first, then buying a home, followed by kids. What's your take, Kelly? James, your plan sounds lovely, I responded. The sequence doesn't really matter to me, but we do need to think about our financial situation, especially with our savings. And I'm not planning to quit my job, even if we have kids. We could arrange our work schedules to be more flexible. I'm just worried about how we'll manage financially if we decide to buy a house. Yeah, I understand that, James admitted, but it bothers me that you earn more than me. Still, I dream about us having our own place. I was hoping we could buy a house right after we get married. That might be difficult, I pointed out, hinting at the challenges ahead. Since I already make more money than you, James, let's focus on managing our wedding and getting a house for now. We can think about having kids later and figure out what to do regarding my job at that point. All right, let's go with that plan, James agreed. Deep down, I really didn't want to leave my job, but I proposed this idea to keep things balanced. Otherwise, I feared James might keep pushing his expectations on me indefinitely. During our engagement, we threw a party that both our families attended. James's sister, Sandra, was away traveling, so our wedding was the first time I met her. She barged into the bride and groom's prep room without knocking, sized me up with a smirk, and remarked, "So this is James's choice? A bit on the simple side compared to his exes, huh? Oh, I'm Sandra, your new sister-in-law. Just so you know, I'm pretty straightforward with family." I'm Kelly. Nice to meet you," I replied, somewhat taken aback by her bold demeanor. Sandra waved dismissively and left the room, leaving me a bit shocked by her blunt introduction. Yes, this new sister-in-law of mine was certainly a character. Later on, I met Sandra's husband, who seemed like a reasonable person in contrast. Our wedding ceremony was beautiful and went smoothly. James and I eventually purchased the house we both loved, and life seemed to be moving at a busy pace, prompting me to invest even more energy into my work. One day, when I was busy, the doorbell rang. I asked James to answer it. He returned, all smiles and laughter, with Sandra, who had decided to drop by unexpectedly. "Kelly, hey, look at James, owning such a big house. That's pretty good for him, right? After all, he's my little brother," Sandra commented, making herself comfortable. "I've been working hard. Feel free to make yourself at home. Kelly, do we have any snacks or something? My sister's here, so let's be quick." I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was off with James's behavior. He seemed to puff himself up in his sister's presence, acting as if he was the sole owner of our house. It was clear he probably led her to believe he bought the house on his own. I played a significant role in making the down payment and continue to contribute to the mortgage payments for our house. Despite this, James was adamant about having the title in his name alone, and eventually, I agreed to it. Living together made me think it wouldn't really matter whose name was on the deed. However, the way James bragged about it to his sister rubbed me the wrong way. Still, I chose to keep quiet and not cause a fuss. "Here are some snacks. James does put in a lot of effort, you know," I mentioned casually, trying to smooth over the atmosphere. "Why does Kelly sound so in charge? She's not the boss or anything," Sandra remarked, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "Well, actually, I am James's supervisor at work," I clarified, a bit surprised. "Oh, is that so? Did James not tell you? When I joined the company, Kelly was already a manager. Since she started working right after leaving high school, it just happened that way. If it were up to me, I'd have surpassed her quickly," Sandra mused. "Wait, you left high school early? You seem so responsible, yet you're less accomplished than me," Sandra asked, a bit mockingly. "Is there an issue just because I didn't finish high school?" I responded, trying to keep the peace. "No, not really. But Kelly, since you're not a high school graduate and I'm your sister-in-law, I can ask you for anything, right?" "That's the rule," Sandra joked, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely kidding. "Kelly, whatever my sister wants, she gets. If you refuse, I'll have to ask you to leave the house," James added, seemingly backing up his sister's outrageous claim. I was baffled by their conversation. Why would not having a high school diploma and her being my sister-in-law mean she could demand anything from me? And the threat of being kicked out of my own home for not complying. Was this some sort of bizarre joke? I managed a polite smile and quickly retreated to the kitchen, needing a moment to collect my thoughts. From there, I could still hear James and his sister talking, and it sounded like they were serious about what they had said. A little while later, Sandra followed me into the kitchen. "Hey, Kelly, I actually need to ask you for a favor." "What is it?" I asked, already dreading the request. "I need to borrow some money, like $5,000, please," she said, as if it were a small favor. "How is that a small amount? That's quite a lot. What do you even need it for?" I questioned, trying to grasp the situation. "Come on, it's just $5,000. You're a supervisor, right? You must have a good salary," Sandra pressed, assuming my financial situation would easily cover her request. The entire conversation felt surreal, leaving me to wonder how we'd gotten to this point. Sandra needed the money to cover the costs of renovations. When I reminded her about boasting of her new condo recently, she brushed it off. "Huh, did I? Well, just give me the money. James said he'd lend it to me and told me to ask you." "What? Why would he make such a decision without consulting me first?" I was taken aback by James's assumption. "Listen, Kelly, you either give me the money, or I'll call your boss right now and tell them you're resigning. Which will it be?" Sandra put me in a tight spot. "All right, Sandra, I'll lend you the money, but there's a condition," I asserted. "We need to draft a promissory note." "What? Even though we're family?" Sandra seemed surprised. "Yes, I want it in writing. So when you come to collect the money, bring a valid ID with a photo, okay?" Ew, such a hassle. But fine, if you're giving me the money, I'll come over tomorrow night. Sandra reluctantly agreed. Despite the inconvenience, I knew it was crucial to get Sandra's agreement in writing. True to her word, albeit grumbling, she brought everything required the next day. Through this ordeal, I realized just how much James was under his sister's influence. It was frankly absurd. No matter what I said, it wouldn't have made any difference, it seemed. Later, I discovered Sandra spent the money on designer items, and after the initial loan, she started asking for more money without any shame. I insisted on a promissory note each time, and within a month, she had borrowed around $12,000 from me. Just when the situation seemed unbearable, I received an unexpected call from my boss. They wanted to promote me from a supervisor to a department manager. I was ecstatic. This was a step closer to my dream of becoming the head manager. Eager to share the great news, I rushed home to James, who had taken the day off. "I'm home. James, guess what?" I announced my arrival. "Welcome back, Kelly. You seem thrilled. What's up?" James greeted me. "Today, my boss called me in, and guess what? He offered me the position of department manager. I've always aimed to be the head manager, so I'm incredibly excited to be moving closer to my goal." "Oh, wait, what? Kelly, you're getting promoted." James's reaction mixed surprise with perhaps a hint of disbelief, underlining a day full of revelations and reaffirming my commitment to my career goals amidst the family drama. "I don't understand. Did you actually say yes to the promotion?" James asked, clearly puzzled. "Yes, I accepted it. I've mentioned my career goals to you before, haven't I?" I responded, surprised by his reaction. "Wait a minute. You should have asked for my permission before making such a decision. What were you thinking? Plus, I've always said I wanted you to be a stay-at-home wife. How is it that you're moving up while I'm stuck in the same spot? Doesn't that strike you as odd?" James questioned, frustration evident in his tone. "That's not my responsibility. I've made it clear I don't want to quit working. Why you haven't been promoted is something I can't answer," I replied, standing my ground. Soon after our exchange, James made a call, presumably to his sister, because she showed up a few minutes later. "Hey, I've heard you snatched the promotion that should have been James's. What gives?" she accused me right away. "I didn't snatch anything. In our company, promotions are awarded based on one's performance," I explained calmly. "So what, you're suggesting James isn't good at his job? How could you look down on your own husband?" Sandra snapped back, twisting my words. "This is absurd," I muttered under my breath as they decided to celebrate at my expense, grabbing my bank card right from my purse. Despite my attempts to resist, they overpowered me, leaving the house with laughter as their parting shot. Tears filled my eyes as I realized the magnitude of my mistake in marrying James. Regret flooded in, but it was clear what I needed to do next: find a reputable divorce lawyer. James didn't return home that night. The following day at work, he approached me with a smug expression. "Yesterday was so fun. Nothing beats a feast paid for by someone else. Thanks for covering it." He handed me the receipt from a high-end barbecue place, showing a charge of $1,500, along with receipts from luxury bars amounting to a staggering $9,000. I was fuming inside but bit my tongue as more colleagues arrived. On my way home, I checked my bank account and was horrified to discover a total of $9,000 had been withdrawn. I confronted James as soon as I saw him. "James, what on earth were you thinking, spending $9,000? On fancy meals and bars, no less? That money was mine, saved from before we were together," I exclaimed, barely containing my anger over his reckless spending and disregard for our financial well-being. As soon as I walked through the door, James started complaining about me nagging him. When I brought up the issue of the money he had spent, money I had saved before we got married, he dismissively said, "I don't know and I don't care. It's already spent anyway," and locked himself in the bathroom. That was the last straw for me. I decided then and there that I was going to divorce him. Over the weekend, I visited a lawyer, and in the weeks following, the preparations for our divorce moved along smoothly. James's behavior hadn't improved. He continued to come home late and rushed out early on his days off. Just when I was considering hiring a detective to see what he was up to, I received a call from Ryan, my brother-in-law. "Hello, is this Kelly?" Ryan's voice came through the phone. "Yes, Ryan. It's unusual to hear from you. What's up?" I replied, surprised by his call. "Well, it's been a while. I'm actually calling to ask if Sandra is with you," he said. "No, Sandra isn't here. Why do you ask?" I was curious. "She's been coming home late and disappearing on weekends without telling me where she's going. She mentioned she was at James's place when I asked her yesterday," Ryan explained. "That's interesting. James has been acting similarly. They might be going somewhere together, but frankly, it's no longer my concern," I shared, distancing myself from the situation. "Oh, and Ryan, there's something I need to tell you too," I continued, sensing an opportunity to share my experiences. Ryan was taken aback by my indifference, but urged me to continue. I told him everything about the money Sandra had borrowed from me, James's extravagant spending, and my decision to divorce James. Hearing all this, Ryan sighed deeply. "Is that so? I'm sorry about my wife. I've been at my wit's end, thinking about divorce but haven't been able to take that step," he confessed. "Ryan, why don't you use the evidence I've gathered? It sounds like we're both dealing with similar issues. Maybe it's time to teach these reckless siblings a lesson they won't forget," I suggested, feeling a bond of mutual understanding forming between us. "Yeah, let's work on this together," Ryan agreed, a note of determination in his voice. Then he mentioned something intriguing. Sandra had been pushing him to take a long vacation, and he had noticed travel brochures on their vanity. Curious, I decided to investigate a shelf in our house that James always kept off limits. To my astonishment, I found travel brochures and club cards hidden there. It all made sense now. They were planning a trip without us knowing. "Ryan, I think they're definitely planning a trip. I just found evidence of it," I informed him, both of us realizing the depth of our partner's deceit. This newfound information solidified our resolve to proceed with our plans for divorce and hold them accountable for their actions. I stumbled upon some travel brochures hidden away, sparking an idea. As I shared my plan with Ryan over the phone, he couldn't help but laugh and agreed to play along. We concluded our call with a promise to coordinate our actions through text messages. I also forwarded him some evidence that might be useful for his own divorce proceedings while we meticulously strategized our next moves. 3 weeks later, just as the sun was rising, James left our house, a plan I was privy to thanks to a heads-up from Ryan the previous day. A few hours into his adventure, James called me, boasting about how he was going to enjoy a trip using my credit card with Sandra and their friends. His late nights and secretive phone calls had already aroused my suspicion that they were plotting something. Fortunately, I was ready for their games. Feigning surprise, I asked him to clarify. With a smirk in his voice, James revealed that they had been planning this trip for a long time and viewed Ryan as a safety net in case their plan fell through. They thought I was becoming too confident and decided it was time to teach me a lesson, as he put it. James's words were meant to belittle me, suggesting I couldn't stand up to their manipulations. But I was beyond feeling hurt or angry. I felt nothing at all. I questioned James about his earlier comment regarding my debit card, playing along with his illusion of victory. Confused, James insisted he had taken my card, but I calmly informed him that my card was still with me in my wallet. There was a moment of silence before he stuttered, questioning what card he had bragged about using. I revealed, much to his shock, that he had mistakenly taken an old gym membership card of mine. It matched my debit card in color and size. Realization dawned on James as he confirmed it did say Fitness Club on the card, and he began to question his mistake. wondering if he had mixed up the cards. Amidst this confusion, Ryan, who had been listening in on speakerphone, couldn't contain his amusement. James's grand plan to splurge on my dime had crumbled over a simple mix-up with a gym card. This blunder not only foiled their extravagant scheme, but also marked the beginning of their comeuppance, with Ryan and I ready to move forward with our plans, strengthened by the absurdity of their mistake. James was adamant he had seen his debit card, but his plan had fallen apart. "Ah, so this was Sandra and your scheme," he lamented, realizing he had been outsmarted. "I'm so disappointed. Actually, last night, I swapped your debit card with the gym membership card. It seems you didn't bother to check this morning and just took off with it," I revealed, enjoying the turn of events. What are you playing at?" James was clearly frustrated. "No, I should be asking you that. Tough break, huh? Don't get too full of yourself just because you're my stepbrother. Got it?" I countered, not letting him intimidate me. James tried to brush it off. "You'll see. We have gifts for you both when we return." "You think you can bribe us? I won't accept anything but cash," he bluffed. "We'll see about that. Look forward to it," I dismissed his comment, focusing on the situation at hand. "What are you going to do now?" "Oh, Kelly, can you send us some money?" James finally asked, his tone changing. I ended the call there. His message following the call, trying to threaten me with involving Ryan, only received a nonchalant "Is that so?" from me before I went back to sleep. When I woke up in the afternoon, my phone was flooded with missed calls and messages. I first called Ryan, then decided to pick up James's call. "Hey, finally. Send the money, please. It's so cold, I think we're going to freeze," James pleaded. The reason for their discomfort was clear. They were in Alaska. In February, the cold there is biting, and if James and his group were complaining, it meant my plan had worked perfectly. "Really? You mentioned Ryan would help, right? Or is he not there?" I played along. "What? Do you know something?" James's confusion was evident. "Should I fill you in? Since you and Sandra decided to team up, Ryan and I did the same. It's quite simple," I explained, enjoying the irony of the situation. "Now, do you understand why I kept you on the phone for so long during that first call? It was to buy time, and Ryan, he's on his way back here on another plane." The revelation seemed to hit James hard. Our coordinated response to their scheme had left them stranded and cold, far from the luxurious getaway they had anticipated. My satisfaction came not just from thwarting their plan, but also from the solidarity Ryan and I showed in facing their deceit. As soon as I received confirmation that Ryan had boarded his flight back, I ended the call with a clear message to James. "We've joined forces to teach you a lesson. Now, find your way back on your own. See you." And with that, I hung up, eager for Ryan's return. I took this time to call my lawyer, setting up what would be our final meeting about the divorce before James and his companions could make their way back. I anticipated a confrontation upon their return and wanted to be fully prepared. Just a few hours later, as predicted, James and his entourage arrived, bursting with indignation. "Kelly, what the hell? You better be ready to move out. Ryan sided with you, hasn't he? Why do you return before us? This is unbelievable. You think I'm okay with this? Apologize now." "Shut it and sit down," Ryan intervened, his usually calm voice now booming, commanding James and his friend to sit immediately. They complied, shocked into silence by Ryan's authority. Our lawyer wasted no time, distributing his business cards to James and his friend, who looked utterly confused as they accepted them. Without further ado, Ryan and I presented them with a stack of papers. Their confusion turned to shock as they skimmed the documents, their complexions draining of color. "Wait, this talks about dividing property. You're not suggesting a divorce, are you?" James stammered, disbelief coloring his tone. "It's on mine, too. A divorce? What did I even do? This has to be a joke, right?" James's friend echoed his disbelief, looking from one to the other for confirmation. Yeah, right, Ryan responded, his tone final. I'm heading home. I've had enough. I've been recording your daily tantrums for a while now, including that call you made during your so-called vacation, James. You really don't see the problem with your behavior, do you? I can't keep living like this. Wait, are you serious? James's voice was tinged with a sudden realization of the gravity of the situation as the reality of impending divorces began to sink in. The tables had turned entirely, with Ryan and I standing united, ready to move forward from the chaos they had created. I mentioned it before, didn't I? I want half of the down payment we made on the house, plus the remainder of the mortgage, and I want back the savings you used from when I was single. I firmly stated my demands to James. Turning to Sandra, I continued, and you, Sandra, you're going to repay me for the money you borrowed and the additional amounts you withdrew from my savings along with James, right? Sandra tried to deflect. Wait, James was the one who bought the house, and I never borrowed or spent any of that money. You're making false accusations. Sandra, please review the documents. There's a promissory note outlining exactly how much you owe, I pointed out, undeterred. No way. I don't know anything about this. Without proof, I'll just dismiss this as useless, she retorted, attempting to downplay the seriousness of the evidence. Both James and Sandra acted rashly in response. James crushed the recorder under his foot, and Sandra ripped the paper to shreds, both wearing smug looks of defiance. Look here, James, destroying that recorder changes nothing. The data's still saved on my computer, and Sandra, that document you destroyed wasn't the original. You've accomplished nothing, I calmly explained, revealing their efforts to be futile. What the hell are you three even trying to do? James's frustration was evident. Oops, was my simple reply, highlighting their lack of foresight. To Sandra, I also have a claim against you for all the savings you squandered, not to mention the cozy time you spent with that guy at the bar, I added, revealing more of their misdeeds. Faced with the reality of their actions and the legal repercussions, both James and Sandra started to break down, tears streaming down their faces. The financial reckoning was harsh but fair. For James, the total came to $135,000, $8,000 for emotional damages, $100,000 for the house's down payment, and $15,000 for miscellaneous expenses. Additionally, there was an upcoming loan repayment of $4,000. Sandra's bill amounted to $35,000, which included $11,000 for miscellaneous expenses and $31,000 for the loan she had acknowledged with the promissory note. As for Ryan's claims against Sandra, given her intentional distress and frivolous spending, the total was $135,000, $55,000 for emotional damages, and $80,000 for miscellaneous expenses, all calculated without dividing any assets like condos. This stark financial and emotional toll underscored the consequences of their actions, serving as a potent reminder of accountability and the importance of integrity in relationships. After the fallout, I half expected James and Sandra to attempt suing us, given their track record. However, our sharp attorney had already anticipated such moves, including a clause in the settlement paperwork essentially saying, if you try to sue, you'll surely lose. No one will represent you, and it'll only cost you more. Focus on your repayments instead. With that, we managed to avoid court altogether. I collected my things and left our shared home behind. Word of the whole ordeal somehow reached my workplace, leading to James being transferred to another branch, which helped put some necessary distance between us. Not long after, James reached out with a message that took me by surprise. Kelly, I miss you. Life's empty without you. Can we try again? You can focus on your career all you want. But I knew better than to fall back into that cycle. It's not going to happen. Goodbye, was my firm reply. Then came Sandra, trying to play the family card. Kelly, think it over about my brother. What if we all lived together again? Maybe we just misunderstood each other. I think things could be better. My response to her was just as resolute. Sandra, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry. Goodbye. Both of them pleaded, but I stood my ground, cutting off all contact. Ryan, it turned out, received similar pleas, but also chose to ignore them. One day, passing my old house in a taxi, I noticed a for sale sign out front. With the settlement paid in full and all communications cut, I had no clue how James and Sandra were faring, nor did I want to know. As for me, I've moved on and up literally. I bought a condo and settled into my new life. Work has been fantastic, and I was recently promoted to regional director, a role I've long aspired to. Ryan and I have also grown closer, finding comfort and compatibility in each other's company. We've gone out a few times, discovering a surprising ease in our interactions. Life has vastly improved post-divorce, confirming my decision was the right one. As for what's developed between Ryan and me, well, that's a tale for another day.
The smell of lemon polish and old money always clung to my father's study, a room I usually avoided. But that afternoon, he'd summoned me. "Andrea, sit down," he said, not looking up from a ledger. "My name is Andrea, and for the first 20 years of my life, I was the Hamilton family's afterthought." I perched on the edge of the stiff leather chair, my heart thumping a hopeful rhythm. I'd just turned 20, my acceptance letter to the best art institute in the state clutched in my portfolio upstairs. This had to be it. The conversation about my college fund, the one my grandmother had painstakingly set up for me. "As you know," Alejandro began, finally closing the ledger with a decisive thud, "your brother Knox is on the cusp of something truly significant." I nodded, a knot forming in my stomach. Knox was always on the cusp of something. Usually it was the cusp of asking for more money. "His new venture," Alejandro continued, his voice swelling with a pride he never used for me, "is going to be big, revolutionary even, but these things require capital, serious capital." "Okay," I said slowly, not liking where this was going. "And?" He steepled his fingers, his gaze finally meeting mine, cold and direct. "And so I've made an executive decision. Your college fund has been reinvested into Knox's business." The air left my lungs. "What? You can't—" "That was for my education, for the Art Institute." My voice was a shaky whisper. "Art Institute?" He scoffed, a small, cruel smile playing on his lips. "Andrea, be realistic. That's a hobby, a little pastime. Knox is building an empire. This is an investment in the family's future, your future too, indirectly." "My future was that fund," I managed, tears stinging my eyes. "Grandma wanted me to—" "Your grandmother was a sentimental woman," he cut me off. "I am a practical man. Knox needs this. He's the heir, Andrea. He will carry on the Hamilton name in a way your sculptures never will." Each word was a hammer blow. I looked towards the door, half expecting my mother Gwendolen to rush in, to defend me, to say something. The door remained closed. She'd known. Of course, she'd known. She'd probably helped him justify it. "It's for the best, dear," I could almost hear her saying. "Think of the family's image when Knox is a success." "But it's my money," I pleaded, a desperate childish sound. "It was money set aside, and I, as your father, have redirected it to where it will do the most good," he stated, his tone final. "Knox is brilliant. This time he's really on to something." Brilliant Knox, who'd flunked out of 2 universities and whose last brilliant venture, luxury pet clothing, had ended with him owing thousands to a bewildered fabric supplier. My hands clenched in my lap. The injustice of it burned, hot and fierce. All my life I'd been the quiet one, the good girl, sketching and sculpting in my corner, never asking for much. Knox was the charming screw-up, always forgiven, always bailed out, always adored. "Your art is a waste of time, Andrea," Alejandro said, as if delivering a final verdict. A nice little hobby for a young lady, but not a career, not something to build a life on. Now Knox, he's a businessman. I stood up, my legs trembling. The tears were threatening to spill, but I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. I see, I said, my voice surprisingly steady, though it felt like it was coming from someone else. Thank you for clarifying. He waved a dismissive hand. You'll understand one day, when you're enjoying the fruits of Knox's success. I walked out of the study, past the closed living room door, where I could hear the faint murmur of Gwendolen on the phone, probably already spinning the narrative for one of her society friends. I went up to my room, the rejection letter from my own life burning a hole in my pocket. Devastation was a tidal wave threatening to pull me under. They'd taken my dream, my one chance, and handed it to him on a silver platter, the perpetually failing golden child. For hours I just sat there, the silence of my room amplifying the hollowness inside me. My carefully constructed portfolio, filled with images of my sculptures, my soul poured into clay and bronze, felt like a mockery. Then the wave receded, leaving behind something hard and sharp. Fury. A cold, quiet fury that settled deep in my bones. They thought they could just erase me, dismiss my passion as worthless. They thought I'd just roll over and accept my fate as the family's forgotten daughter. My gaze fell on a dusty box in the corner, filled with old art school pamphlets and brochures I'd collected since I was a teenager. I pulled it out, my fingers numbly sifting through them. Most were for local colleges, summer programs, things that now felt 1,000,000 miles away. And then I saw it, a thin, unassuming leaflet tucked between a glossy university prospectus and a community art class schedule. The Phoenix Art Grant. International, prestigious, obscure enough that my father would never have heard of it. The tagline read, "For artists forging new paths from the ashes of convention." A tiny, almost imperceptible spark ignited in the wreckage of my heart. I picked it up, my fingers tracing the embossed logo. "They think they've broken me," I whispered to the empty room, the first stirrings of a plan taking root. "They have no idea what I'm capable of." The next few months were a blur of lukewarm coffee and the smell of disinfectant. I scrubbed floors at a 24-hour diner from midnight till 6, then caught a bus to a dry cleaner's, where I tagged clothes and steamed wrinkles out of other people's lives until 2. The pay was abysmal, but every dollar was a victory, hoarded away for clay, armature wire, and the occasional cheap chisel. My studio was the damp, windowless corner of our basement next to the wheezing old furnace. I'd cleared out forgotten Christmas decorations and Knox's broken hockey equipment. The single bare bulb hanging overhead cast long dancing shadows as I worked, often until my eyes burned and my back screamed in protest. My hands, raw from cleaning chemicals and rough clay, were perpetually sore. "What is that dreadful thumping?" Gwendolen would call down the stairs sometimes, her voice tight with irritation. "Andrea, are you making another one of your things? It's nearly 11 o'clock. "Just finishing up, Mom," I'd call back, my voice carefully neutral, before turning back to the stubborn curve of a torso I was wrestling into existence. My things were my lifeline. Knox, meanwhile, was living large. He'd leased a flashy new sports car, cherry red naturally, and was always out at expensive restaurants. Networking, he called it. He'd waltz into the kitchen while I was trying to wolf down a piece of toast before my next shift, smelling of cologne and self-importance. "Morning, sis," he'd say, ruffling my already messy hair. "Still playing in the dirt? You know, Dad's right. You should get a real job. Maybe I can find you something in my new office once things take off. Receptionist, maybe." He'd grin, pleased with his own magnanimity. "Thanks, Knox, I'm good," I'd reply, biting back the retort that his new office was currently just a fancy website and a leased co-working space paid for with my stolen future. My parents, oblivious or perhaps willfully blind, beamed at his pronouncements. "He has such a good heart, that boy," Alejandro would say, watching Knox roar off in his new car. "Always thinking of others." The Phoenix Art Grant application was a mountain. It demanded a portfolio of at least 20 distinct pieces, detailed artist statements, letters of recommendation I had no idea how to get, and a 5,000-word essay on the imperative of creation in a disenfranchised world. I photographed my sculptures in the dim basement light, using bedsheets as backdrops, trying to capture their essence despite the grim surroundings. I wrote and rewrote the essay, pouring onto the page all the frustration, the quiet rage, the desperate hope that had become my constant companions. One evening, I overheard my parents in the living room. Their voices were hushed, but the basement door was ajar. "She's just drifting, Alejandro," Gwendolyn said, her voice laced with a familiar sigh of disappointment. "All those odd jobs, and for what? To buy more mud. It's embarrassing. People are starting to ask what Andrea is doing with her life." "I've told her," Alejandro replied, his voice gruff. "She needs to find a sensible job, something with benefits. With Knox's ventures taking a little longer to mature than anticipated, we could use another steady income in this house. She needs to contribute properly." Contribute, as if my 16-hour workdays weren't contributing. As if the money I was meticulously saving, coin by painful coin, wasn't for something far more significant than they could ever imagine. I closed my eyes, the clay cool beneath my fingers. Their words were just more fuel. I found Dr. Murray, my old high school art teacher, listed as a guest lecturer at a community college. I tracked her down, my portfolio clutched in a worn satchel. She remembered me, her eyes lighting up when she saw my new work. "Andrea," she'd said, after carefully examining my photographs, "this is extraordinary. The pain, the strength, it's all there." She agreed to write a recommendation, her belief in me a fragile, precious thing I guarded fiercely. Another came from the owner of a small local gallery where I'd once, years ago, managed to get a single piece displayed in a group show. It wasn't much, but it was something. The deadline for the grant loomed. The last week was a frenzy of scanning, uploading and triple-checking every single document. Knox breezed in one afternoon, finding me hunched over my ancient laptop at the kitchen table, surrounded by papers. "Still at it, huh?" he said, grabbing an apple from the fruit bowl. "What is all this anyway? Applying for a job at the craft store?" He chuckled. "Something like that," I muttered, not looking up. "Well, hurry up, I need the table. Got some important investors coming over later. Big stuff, you wouldn't understand." He swaggered out, already on his phone, barking orders about canapes. That night, after everyone was asleep, I sat in the silent kitchen, the glow of the laptop screen illuminating my tired face. The application portal was open, the submit button pulsing softly. This was it. Years of secret work, of whispered dreams and defiant hopes, all distilled into this one digital package. The odds were astronomical. Thousands of applicants from all over the world, all vying for a handful of grants. My finger hovered over the mouse. A single tear, hot and defiant, escaped and rolled down my cheek, splashing onto the trackpad. I took a deep breath and clicked. The screen refreshed. Application submitted successfully. I closed the laptop, the silence of the house pressing in. "Now," I whispered to the darkness, "we wait." The waiting was a special kind of torture. Every creak of the floorboards, every ring of the phone, sent a jolt of anxious anticipation through me. I continued my grueling routine, diner, dry cleaner, basement studio, existing in a fog of exhaustion and suppressed hope. My family barely registered my presence, consumed as they were by Knox's latest pronouncements of imminent success. "Just a few more weeks, and the first big deal will close," Knox would announce at dinner, beaming at Alejandro and Gwendolyn. Then we'll all be sipping champagne on a yacht." "That's wonderful, dear," Gwendolen would say, her eyes shining. Alejandro would clap him on the back, a rare smile gracing his lips. They never asked for details. Knox's confidence was enough for them. Meanwhile, I noticed subtle shifts. Knox started taking more calls in hushed tones, stepping out onto the porch. Once, I saw him frantically searching for a misplaced invoice, his usual swagger replaced by a flicker of panic. Small things, but they pricked at my awareness. The pressure from my parents to contribute intensified. "Andrea, Mrs. Henderson down the street needs someone to walk her poodles," Gwendolen said one evening, her voice saccharine. "It's not much, but it's respectable, and you'd be out in the fresh air." "I'm working, Mum," I said, trying to keep the weariness out of my voice. "Those little jobs," Alejandro interjected, looking up from his newspaper. "They're hardly a career path. It's time you thought seriously about your future, young lady. We can't support your hobbies indefinitely." My hobbies? The words still stung. If only they knew. 3 months after I'd hit submit, it arrived. A thick cream-coloured envelope with an international postmark and an unfamiliar, elegant crest. My heart leapt into my throat. It was addressed to Ms. Andrea H. My hands trembled so violently I could barely slit it open with a kitchen knife. I locked myself in the bathroom, the only place I could guarantee a few moments of privacy. The letterhead was crisp, official. The words swam before my eyes. "Pleased to inform you. Exceptional talent. Rigorous selection process. Phoenix Art Grant. Fully funded. Studio placement. Florence, Italy." I sank onto the edge of the bathtub, the letter clutched to my chest. Florence, Italy. Not just money for supplies, but a place to live, a dedicated studio, mentorship. It was more than I had dared to dream. A wave of dizziness washed over me, followed by an almost hysterical urge to laugh. I had done it. Against all odds, against all their expectations, I had done it. The grant came with a substantial stipend, enough to live comfortably and focus solely on my art for 3 years. And the studio placement in Florence was non-negotiable, a core part of the program. It meant leaving. It meant disappearing from their suffocating orbit, from their constant judgment and dismissal. I didn't say a word to anyone. The knowledge was a secret, precious ember I nurtured in silence. I gave my notice at the diner and the dry cleaners, offering vague excuses about pursuing other opportunities. They barely noticed. Knox's big deal seemed to be perpetually on the verge of closing, yet never quite did. The hushed phone calls became more frequent, his temper shorter. I overheard snippets, cash flow issues, unforeseen delays, market volatility. He started asking Alejandro for small bridging loans, which my father, ever the believer, readily provided, though I saw the lines of worry deepening around his eyes. "Just a temporary hiccup," Knox would assure them, his voice a little too loud, a little too forced. "These things happen in high-stakes business." Gwendolen started making comments about my lack of ambition. "You know, Andrea, your cousin Emily just got a promotion at the bank. She's doing so well. It's important to have a proper career." "I'm working on it," I'd reply, the secret joy of my impending departure making it easier to bear her passive-aggressive remarks. 2 weeks later, with my flight booked and a single suitcase packed with clothes and my most essential sculpting tools, I stood in the doorway of my basement studio. The clay dust still hung in the air, the ghosts of my creations lingering in the dim light. I touched the rough surface of my workbench, a silent goodbye. Upstairs, Alejandro was on the phone, his voice tight with frustration, arguing with someone about an overdue payment, presumably one of Knox's. Gwendolen was in the living room, flipping through a glossy magazine, a frown etched on her face. Knox was nowhere to be seen, probably out trying to salvage his latest disaster. I slipped out the back door, my small suitcase bumping against my leg. I didn't look back at the house, the place that had been both my prison and my crucible. The air outside felt different, charged with possibility. A taxi I'd pre-booked was waiting at the corner. As I settled into the back seat, the city lights blurring past, I allowed myself a small, triumphant smile. Goodbye, I whispered to the life I was leaving behind. Or perhaps, au revoir. The ember of my secret was about to become a flame. Florence was a revelation. The light, the history, the sheer unapologetic celebration of art everywhere. It was like stepping into a dream. My studio, arranged through the Phoenix Art Grant, was a sun-drenched space overlooking a bustling piazza, a world away from my dingy basement. Dr. Evangeline Murray, who, it turned out, was a senior fellow on the grant committee, had connections. She introduced me to established sculptors, foundry owners, and gallery curators who saw potential in my raw emotional style. "Your work has a fire in it, Andrea." Signor Rossi, a grizzled master craftsman who taught me ancient bronze casting techniques, told me one afternoon, his hands covered in plaster. "Don't ever let anyone extinguish it." I poured everything into my sculptures, the years of silent rage, the sting of betrayal, the fierce joy of my newfound freedom. My pieces became larger, more ambitious. I experimented with new materials, pushing the boundaries of what I thought possible. For the first time, I wasn't just Andrea, the overlooked daughter. I was Andrea, the artist. Communication with my family was sparse. Gwendolen sent occasional emails, her tone a carefully constructed blend of maternal concern and subtle guilt-tripping. "Dearest Andrea," one began, "we do hope you are well. Things here are a bit challenging. Knox has had some unfortunate setbacks with his latest venture. Your father is under a great deal of stress. It would mean so much if you could just call sometime. We worry about you, all alone out there, all alone." I was surrounded by a vibrant community of artists, by mentors who believed in me, by the breathtaking beauty of a city that lived and breathed creativity. I was less alone than I had ever been in their suffocating house. I'd reply with brief, polite updates about my studies, never mentioning the grant, the studio, or the small but growing recognition I was starting to receive in European art circles. Let them think I was still drifting. News of Knox's failures trickled through Gwendolen's carefully worded emails and the occasional awkward phone call I felt obliged to make on holidays. His revolutionary tech startup had imploded after 6 months. A subsequent foray into artisanal coffee roasting ended when he, apparently, forgot to secure the actual coffee beans. Each failure was more spectacular, more costly than the last. "It's just bad luck, poor boy," Gwendolen would sigh over the crackling line. "The market is so volatile, and some of his partners, well, they weren't entirely trustworthy." I'd murmur noncommittal sympathies, picturing Alejandro's face, the pride slowly draining away, replaced by a weary anxiety. I learned they'd had to sell Gwendolen's second car. Then there was talk of downsizing from the large family home in the prestigious neighbourhood. The shame in Gwendolen's voice when she mentioned this was palpable, even across an ocean. "We're considering a smaller place," she'd said, trying to sound casual. "Less upkeep, you know, more practical for this stage of our lives." Practical. The word Alejandro had used to justify destroying my dreams. The irony wasn't lost on me. Years passed, 3 became 5, then 7. The grant period ended, but I'd secured gallery representation and started receiving commissions. I moved from Florence to Berlin, then to a small but influential arts hub in Amsterdam, always learning, always creating. My style evolved, becoming bolder, more defined. The pain was still there, a deep wellspring I drew from, but now it was tempered with a hard-won strength. One afternoon, an email landed in my inbox with a subject line that made my breath catch: Commission Proposal, City Contemporary Art Museum. My hometown, the city I had fled. Jesse Santiago, the museum's director, had seen my work at a gallery show in Brussels. They were opening a new wing, and he was looking for a centerpiece sculpture for the main atrium. A major commission, a public piece. Back home, I read the proposal, a strange mix of emotions swirling within me. Vindication, a touch of apprehension, and a cold, clear sense of purpose. This was it, the culmination of everything I had worked for, of every sacrifice, every lonely night spent wrestling with clay and metal. I looked at the digital mock-ups of the museum atrium, the vast empty space waiting to be filled. My mind was already racing, ideas taking shape, forms emerging from the shadows. It's time, I murmured to my empty studio, the city sounds of Amsterdam a distant hum. It's time to come home. Not as the forgotten daughter, but as the artist they had dismissed. The irony was so thick I could almost sculpt it. The buzz about the new City Contemporary Art Museum and its grand opening gala was impossible to ignore, even from across the Atlantic. My old friend Simone, a graphic designer who'd stayed in our hometown, kept me updated. "Everyone who's anyone is desperate for a ticket, Andy," she'd said during one of our video calls. "It's the social event of the year." I'd accepted the commission, of course. Jesse Santiago, the museum director, was a dream to work with. Professional, insightful, and genuinely passionate about art. We communicated via video calls and emails, finalizing designs, discussing materials, and coordinating the complex logistics of transporting and installing a sculpture that was, by now, monumental. I worked under my full name, Andrea Hamilton, but in the international art world, it was just a name. No one connected me to that Seat Hamilton family, the one whose fortunes, according to Simone, were now decidedly on the wane. "You won't believe who's been practically begging for gala tickets," Simone said one evening, her voice laced with amusement. "Your mother?" I raised an eyebrow. "Gwendolen? Really?" "Oh yes, she's been calling everyone she knows, trying to pull strings. Apparently it's crucial for them to be seen there. You know, to show everyone they're still relevant." Simone snorted. "After Knox's latest spectacular flameout, they need all the image rehab they can get. Knox. His name was now synonymous with failed ventures and whispers of unpaid debts." Simone had filled me in on the latest disaster, a luxury sustainable resort project that had collapsed before the first ethically questionable bamboo hut was even erected, leaving a trail of angry investors. "So, are they going?" I asked, a strange calmness settling over me. "Managed to snag 3 tickets through some distant cousin on the museum board," Simone confirmed. "Alejandro, Gwendolen, and the golden boy himself. They have no idea you're the artist, do they?" "None whatsoever," I said. Jesse and I had agreed to keep my identity as the creator of the centerpiece a closely guarded secret until the unveiling. The element of surprise was appealing. A few weeks before the gala, as I was overseeing the final crating of the sculpture sections in my Amsterdam studio, Simone called again, her voice unusually serious. "Andy, there's something else. Something ugly." "What is it?" "It's about Knox's resort scheme. It wasn't just bad business. He basically conned people, took their investment money, and there's nothing to show for it. One of the guys he scammed is Trevor Gill. Remember him? Owned that nice little bakery downtown. Put his life savings into Knox's project." "Trevor Gill?" I vaguely remembered him, a kind, hard-working man. My stomach churned. "He defrauded him?" "Looks like it," Simone said grimly. "Trevor's been trying to get his money back, but Knox is dodging him. There are rumours he might go to the police, or even the papers. Your parents are apparently terrified of a public scandal. Their attendance at the gala. It's not just about being seen, Andy. It's about damage control, trying to project an image of stability and success while their world is crumbling. The news hit me harder than I expected. It wasn't just incompetence anymore. It was outright theft. My father's words echoed in my mind. Knox is brilliant, an investment in the family's future. What a bitter harvest that investment had yielded. The sculpture arrived in my hometown under a shroud of secrecy, transported in unmarked crates directly to the museum. I flew in a few days later, checking into a discreet hotel under a different name. Jessie met me at the museum after hours. The atrium was vast, echoing, and filled with an expectant hush. My sculpture, still veiled in heavy velvet cloth, dominated the centre of the space. It was taller than I remembered, its presence immense even hidden from view. "It's magnificent, Andrea," Jessie said, his voice filled with genuine admiration. "Even under wraps, the city is going to be astounded." I walked around it slowly, my hand brushing against the velvet. 7 years of my life poured into metal and stone, 7 years of proving them wrong. This was more than just a sculpture. It was a testament, a reckoning. "They'll be here," I said, more to myself than to Jessie. "My family." He nodded, his expression carefully neutral. He knew the basics of my story, the art is a waste of time dismissal. He'd been discreetly supportive. The day before the gala, I stood alone in the silent atrium, the only light coming from the emergency exits and the faint glow of the city outside. The air was cool, still. I looked up at the towering veiled form, all the pain, the struggle, the quiet fury, the eventual triumph. It was all in there, waiting to be revealed. "Tomorrow," I murmured, my voice barely a whisper in the vast space, "we show them what a waste of time looks like." A small, cold smile touched my lips. The stage was set. The night of the gala arrived, cloaked in a nervous energy that shimmered through the city. I wore a simple, elegant black dress, a stark contrast to the glittering gowns and sharp tuxedos I knew would fill the museum. Jessie had arranged for me to slip in through a side entrance, avoiding the red carpet scrum. For now, I was just another face in the crowd, an anonymous observer. The museum atrium was already thronged with people when I found a quiet spot near a pillar, a glass of champagne untouched in my hand. The air buzzed with excited chatter, the clinking of glasses and the strains of a string quartet. It was a sea of familiar faces, the city's elite, the movers and shakers, the people whose approval Gwendolen had always craved. And then I saw them, Alejandro, Gwendolen, and Knox. They were standing near the grand staircase, a little too close together, a little too stiff. Alejandro's suit, though expensive, looked a size too big, as if he'd lost weight. He was attempting to engage a portly man I recognised as a city council member, his smile forced, his eyes darting around nervously. Gwendolen was a caricature of her former self. Her dress was overly ornate, her jewellery a touch too flashy, as if trying to compensate for something missing. She scanned the room, her gaze lingering on other women's outfits, a tight, critical line around her mouth. Knox was the most changed. The arrogant swagger was gone, replaced by a shifty, hunted look. He kept glancing towards the entrance, his collar seeming to choke him. He fiddled with his bow tie, his face pale under the bright lights. They looked diminished, smaller. The weight of their secrets and failures clung to them like a shroud. I watched them for a long moment, a strange detachment settling over me. There was no pity, no lingering affection, just a cold, clear observation of cause and effect. This was the reality of their choices, the slow erosion of their carefully constructed facade. Simone found me slipping an arm through mine. "See them?" she whispered, nodding discreetly towards my family. They look like they're expecting the guillotine, not a champagne refill. They're putting on a brave face, I murmured. Brave or terrified, Simone countered. Trevor Gill is here, by the way. Saw him near the canapé table, looking like he's spoiling for a fight. My gaze sharpened. Trevor. Another piece of the puzzle falling into place. The lights dimmed slightly and a hush fell over the crowd. The mayor walked onto a small elevated stage near the veiled centerpiece, beaming. He launched into a florid speech about the city's cultural renaissance, the importance of art, the generosity of donors. My family stood a little straighter, Alejandro nodding along as if he were personally responsible for the museum's existence. Finally, the mayor gestured towards a distinguished man standing beside him. And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce the director of our magnificent new city contemporary art museum, Mr. Jesse Santiago. Applause rippled through the atrium. Jesse stepped forward, calm and composed. He thanked the mayor, the board, the staff. My heart began to pound, a slow, steady drum against my ribs. This was it. Tonight, Jesse began, his voice resonating through the space, we celebrate not just a new museum, but the arrival of a phenomenal artistic voice. The artist behind our centerpiece sculpture is a testament to dedication, singular vision, and the transformative power of art. I saw Alejandro crane his neck, trying to get a better look at the veiled behemoth. Gwendolyn dabbed at her eyes with a lace handkerchief, already overcome by the perceived glamour of it all. Knox just looked increasingly green. This artist, Jesse continued, his gaze sweeping the room before briefly, almost imperceptibly, flicking towards me, has poured heart and soul into creating a work that will inspire and challenge us for generations to come. He paused, letting the anticipation build, then gestured dramatically towards the veiled sculpture. And her name is... The air crackled. The silence was absolute. My breath caught in my throat. This was more than an unveiling. This was an unmasking. Jesse's voice, amplified by the microphone, seemed to hang in the air for an eternity. Then with a flourish, 2 attendants pulled the cords, and the heavy velvet cloth whispered to the marble floor. A collective gasp swept through the atrium, sharp and sudden, like a shared intake of breath. Then silence. A stunned, awestruck silence. My sculpture stood revealed, soaring towards the high ceiling, a dynamic swirl of bronze and weathered steel, catching the specially designed spotlights. It was a piece born of fire and resilience, of brokenness and strength. It depicted a figure, not quite human, not quite mythical, emerging from a chaotic tangle of what looked like shattered foundations, reaching, striving, its surface a tapestry of textures, some rough and scarred, others polished to a gleaming hope. It was, I knew, the best work I had ever done. The silence stretched, and then it broke. Like a dam bursting, applause thundered through the space, echoing off the high walls, growing louder and more insistent. People were on their feet, their faces turned towards the sculpture, then towards Jesse, then searching the crowd. "Andrea Hamilton!" Jesse's voice finally cut through the ovation, clear and proud. The spotlight, as if by magic, found me. I stood, my heart hammering, but my expression, I hoped, was serene. The applause intensified. Across the room, I saw Alejandro. He'd been squinting at the base of the sculpture, where a small, discreet dedication plaque was set. As the main lights on the piece fully illuminated, his head snapped up. His eyes, wide and disbelieving, darted from the towering sculpture to me, standing in the spotlight, then back to the plaque. I could almost see the name burn itself onto his retinas. Andrea Hamilton. His face went slack, the colour draining from it. He looked as if he'd been physically struck. Gwendolyn's hand flew to her mouth, a strangled gasp escaping. Her carefully applied makeup couldn't hide the sudden ghastly pallor of her skin. She swayed, and Alejandro, despite his own shock, instinctively reached out to steady her. Knox just stared, his jaw hanging open, his eyes vacant with a dawning, horrified comprehension. The arrogant smirk he usually wore was wiped clean, replaced by a look of utter, bewildered defeat. The realization hit them, all three of them, in a brutal public wave, in front of the entire city's elite, the people whose opinions they valued above all else. Cameras flashed, capturing their stunned faces for posterity. The applause continued, a wave of validation washing over me. I met Alejandro's gaze across the crowded room. His eyes, moments before filled with a dawning horror, now held a flicker of something else. Confusion, perhaps even a nascent fury. I held his stare, cool and unwavering, letting him see the woman I had become, the artist he had dismissed. After what felt like an age, the applause began to subside. People started moving, pressing forward, a babble of excited voices congratulating Jessie, craning their necks to get closer to the sculpture, and now trying to get closer to me. And then my family was there. They pushed through the throng, their faces a chaotic mess of emotions. Alejandro, his composure shattered, grabbed my arm. "Andrea, what is the meaning of this? What is going on?" His voice was a harsh whisper, laced with an indignation that was almost comical. Gwendolen, close behind him, was already wringing her hands. "Andrea, the people, everyone is looking. You should have told us. How could you keep something like this a secret?" Her concern, as always, was for appearances, for the optics of the situation. Knox hovered behind them, looking like a trapped animal, his eyes darting around as if seeking an escape route. Before I could utter a single word, a new voice cut through the air, loud and furious. "Hamilton!" Everyone turned. Trevor Gill, his face flushed with anger, was pointing directly at Knox. "You, Knox Hamilton, you thought you could hide at a fancy party after stealing my money, after ruining me." A shocked murmur rippled through the crowd. Heads swiveled from my family to Trevor, then back again. The atmosphere, moments before celebratory, was now charged with a different kind of electricity. Scandal. I don't know what you're talking about," Knox stammered, shrinking back. "Oh, you know," Trevor advanced, his voice rising. "My life savings, you con man! You and your sham resort!" Museum security guards, alerted by the commotion, began to move purposefully towards the escalating scene. The flashes of cameras intensified, no longer focused on the art, but on the unfolding family drama and the public accusation. My moment of triumph was now inextricably linked with their public disgrace, and somehow it felt perfectly, karmically right. The gala ended not with polite applause, but with the undignified spectacle of Knox being escorted out by museum security, Trevor Gill's furious accusations echoing in the marble atrium. Alejandro and Gwendolen, their faces masks of mortification, trailed in his wake, the whispers and stares of the city's elite following them like a physical blow. My sculpture, Phoenix Rising, stood bathed in light, a silent, powerful witness to their spectacular implosion. The fallout was immediate and brutal. Trevor's public outburst opened the floodgates. Other investors, emboldened, came forward. The newspapers, smelling blood, had a field day. Art Gala unveils more than sculpture. Hamilton heir accused of fraud. Knox's misfortunes were laid bare for all to see, not as bad luck, but as a pattern of deception and gross incompetence. Legal proceedings began almost instantly. A few days later, my phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. "Andrea, it's your father." Alejandro's voice was hollow, stripped of its usual authority. "Yes?" I kept my tone even. Gwendolen and I, we need to see you. Can we come over? To your hotel?" I agreed, a sense of inevitability settling over me. They arrived looking like ghosts of their former selves. Alejandro's shoulders were slumped, Gwendolyn's eyes red-rimmed and swollen. They sat awkwardly on the edge of the hotel room sofa, the silence stretching uncomfortably. "Andrea," Gwendolyn began, her voice trembling, "this is a nightmare. The things people are saying. Knox is—" She couldn't finish. "He's facing the consequences of his actions," I said simply. Alejandro cleared his throat. "We were hoping. Perhaps you could talk to some people, explain. You're clearly very successful now, respected. Maybe you could help smooth things over, for the family's sake." There it was. Not an apology, not an acknowledgement of their decades of dismissal and betrayal, but a plea for me to use my hard-won success to clean up their mess. "Help," I repeated, my voice dangerously quiet. "Let me understand. You want me to help the family that told me my passion was a waste of time? The father who took my college fund, my only chance, and gave it to the son he idolized? The son who has now brought shame and ruin upon you?" Gwendolyn flinched. Alejandro looked down at his hands. "Do you remember, father," I continued, my voice gaining strength, "what you said to me in your study all those years ago? Your art is a waste of time, Andrea, a nice little hobby. You told me Knox was the future, the one who would carry on the name." I let out a short, mirthless laugh. "Well, he's certainly made the name infamous." "We didn't understand," Gwendolyn whispered, tears welling. "We made mistakes." "Mistakes?" I stood up, pacing the small room. "You didn't just make mistakes. You actively chose to dismiss me, to devalue me, to sacrifice my dreams for his. You never once supported my art. You never once believed in me, not until it became convenient, until you saw my name in lights next to a piece you couldn't ignore." "We need financial help, Andrea," Alejandro said, his voice barely audible. "Everything. It's all gone. The lawyers, Knox's debts. Main financial help?" I stopped in front of him. "The money you stole from me for my education would have been a good start, wouldn't it? But that, too, was poured into Knox's brilliant ventures." I looked from one to the other, their faces etched with desperation and a dawning understanding that there would be no rescue from me. "I owe you nothing," I said, the words clear and final. "Not my money, not my influence, not my pity. You made your choices. Knox made his. Now you all get to live with them." They left soon after, defeated. There were no more pleas, no more attempts at justification, just the heavy silence of their shattered pride. I didn't engage in public defences of them. I didn't offer financial aid. I continued with my work, the success of the museum piece leading to more commissions, more recognition. News of my family's struggles reached me occasionally. The forced sale of their downsized home, Knox's eventual conviction, their complete social ostracization. They were distant echoes from a past I had not just survived, but transcended. My revenge wasn't loud or fiery. It was the quiet, undeniable fact of my success, built on the very thing they had scorned. Their downfall was simply the inevitable karmic bill coming due. Sometimes I'd look at an old photograph I kept. A much younger me, sketches clutched in my hand, a hopeful, uncertain look in my eyes. The girl in that photo had no idea of the battles ahead, or the strength she would find. Turns out, I'd muse, a small, satisfied smile playing on my lips, my time was anything but wasted. My greatest creation wasn't just the sculpture that now graced the museum atrium. It was the life I had forged from their dismissal, the justice that had finally been served.